Hello, everyone. I am so sorry for being late. I have been having insomnia issues, and I fell asleep at an inopportune moment, is all that it is. I am driven a little bit mad by this. and I'm probably going to convert over to the game sooner than I normally would, as in, like, the next, 3 minutes. I am terribly sorry. I feel very frustrated, which is probably why I'm not going to keep the just chatting particularly long, is because that just feels like it's prolonging my suffering. That just feels like it's dragging things out. I know sleep is important, which is why I'm very, very annoyed about the fact that I spent most of the day trying to and failing to sleep. It was very irritating for me. It was very, very irritating for me. So that's kind of where I've wound up. That is kind of what happened. Is this something ultimately innocuous? I hope you guys weren't too worried, because I also had an internet, to be honest, Mix, I also had an internet outage for a lot of the day. So I would have had two not particularly interesting reasons. You made time, went to an art show, ate chicken nuggets, and passed out mid-conversation? That's pretty crazy. Yeah, that's pretty nuts. That's pretty nuts. I have trouble sleeping in general. It's not usually something that I feel like I have a lot of control over. It's something that I feel is it always feels very chaotic to me, right? It always feels very, very chaotic to me. And so I just kind of have to, like, survive it to a certain extent. It's kind of how it feels like to me. I don't want to... There, hold on a second. Yeah, it's a medical condition that has been with me my entire life. And here I paid the consequences for it. So, you know what? Let's just go over to Whiskerwood. Let's just go over to Whisker. Well, let's say hellos first. Hello to Seribot. Hello to me. Hello to Beautiful Angel. Hello to Mix UAV. Hello to Matthew Riceseeker, and also good night, Matthew. It was lovely to have you here, but I'm sorry that you couldn't stay very long. Hello to Colebound, and of course, hello to all of the lurkers and the VOD watchers. I really appreciate all of you. And again, I'm terribly sorry for the late start. That's not how I want that window capture to look. Let's try that again. Okay, so automatic doesn't work. Okay, has to be Windows 10. Interesting. That's worse. That's really bad. Ah. Why is it doing that? It's very strange. It's just capturing the window in a way that I don't like. I don't know why it's doing that. I guess that's fine. I guess that's fine. Because I definitely want it to be in windowed mode so I can see you guys, right? Without too much trouble. So I can see you guys without too much trouble. Let's just do a new game. Or let's... Can I load games? I haven't played this in a minute. So I may as well start new. Now here's a question. I've mostly done Far Frontier. I've done a little bit of Pirate Seas. Pirate Seas is kind of interesting. Pirate Seas is pretty interesting. I've never done Monarchist. Monarchist sounds kind of uninteresting. So let's try this. Good evening, Miss Gravestone. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. It's actually quite early for you. Actually quite early for you. Let's give a quick little shout out to Miss Gravestone. 7 a.m. kind of slept in. But yes. Okay. That's not. It's Nagarunsky. It's Nagarunsky. Hold on a second. Oh, this reminded me. This is Nagi.
Royal
It is.
Scout ships identified your assigned archipelago as a potential colony. As part of the Royal Scouting Commission of 1681, 72 such colonies have successfully been established as a result of those brave Claw's efforts. By the King's graceful guidance, yours could be the 73rd such colony. Your most important building will be the trade dock. Without it, your colony cannot repay its debts. Therefore, I implore you to choose an island and construct your dock. Look for ample trees and berry bushes nearby.
Yeah, I am. Hello, Nagi. Hello, Nagi. Let's give a quick shout out to the Nagar. Why is my shout out command not working? Apparently not. Okay. Apparently not. I will have to get one for you, Miss Gravestone, in a minute. But yes, we are playing. This is a slightly voxely city builder, which I'm pretty comfortable with, to be honest. I like my old school war games, and so I actually rather like when things have really, really obvious height differences. It's my biggest complaint about Wargame Wargame Red Dragon. But yeah, this is the Moon Island. The one that's like just a bay. Yeah, the Moon Island is an extreme non-option. This is a non-starter. Interestingly, this isn't that bad. The one right next to it isn't so bad. There's no trees. There's no trees. There's no trees. That's a pretty much a death sentence. The land is all blocky because it's a stylistic choice by the it's a stylistic choice by the developers to make it look like this. This is it's to make it so you can tell where things are height-wise, and because the game has a lot of verticality in it. That's what it comes down to. Well, I think this also, I think in particular, and this is because it's easy in workflow for the player. I think it's easy. I think it makes the player's workflow more coherent. Is what I think the biggest factor. It is kind of tempting to start over here, not on this island, but on this island. This is actually not a lot of trees, though, is the thing. This is like... I can go through that pretty fast. I might do that. I pretty much always start off on the main islands. If the fertility over here is terrible, then I'm really in a lot of trouble. Where would I want to start? And hello, the Ox. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, this is a game where like you're often building things on top of each other. We're often building things on top of each other. Trouble is, like, every location on this island's kind of just bad. Here might be the least bad, but it's still pretty bad. The music is pretty good, yeah. The music is pretty good. I like this song. You know what? I'll give it a shot. It's an interesting challenge. I think I'll lose, but at least then I tried something different, right? I'm probably... And this is pirates, right? This is, I said I did choose pirates. Okay. I did choose pirates. Bring the whiskers home.
Warehouses are vital to preserving the market value of your tax contributions. Each warehouse has a limited capacity. Watch that you do not satiate your warehouse's capacity on worthless goods. Focus on storing resources that will benefit the kingdom. Logs, cotton, and ores. These goods will keep during long voyages and supply work for whiskers in the royal factories. To reduce carry distances, you should construct the included central warehouse schematic near your trade dock.
Yep. Alright. And I guess we're taking the supplies out.
Congratulations to you and your fellow.
Sign charter. Tax collector in 2 days. Okay, that's pretty fast. That is pretty fast. So let's start with getting a woodcutter up. It's probably the most important thing. And
Paying taxes to the crown is your primary responsibility.
yeah, sure. Mining camps, sure, whatever. And let's take a look at what the farming looks like around me. Berries, that's not too bad. Flax, that's pretty bad. Cotton, pretty bad. And actually, you know what? What's the word? How do you bulldoze? We need to add those steep stairs back in because they're all going to get stranded. But resource extraction. F. Yeah, you guys are gonna have to be homeless for a minute. Build some stairs and nope, farm. And let's see, I definitely want you. Okay, I definitely don't want the monarchist. I'll take the miner, though. And get rid of the rest of them. Okay, and then... the crown wants a mining camp, but we can live without that for a minute. Put the explorers on here. And let's take a look around. Wait, what? Oh, it needs planks? Okay, never mind. I'm in a lot of trouble. Sawmill right there, and then that's actually the priority. And let's take a look for mining. Gold, nowhere near. Copper, nowhere near. Tin, nowhere near. Iron, nowhere near. Coal, there's quite a bit of coal on this island. Rock salt, not on this island. Potash. Alright. So let's get out the miner. The mining camp. Oh, and I can't overtime. I can't overtime. Lol. Now let's turn up the speed. Alright, let's get the miners in here. Yeah, you guys need mines. Yep, I know how that works. Yep, get started. The mining thing is always a little bit awkward, because I almost always mine like one layer deeper than I mean to. Okay, let's get the... So you guys have one day where nobody gets any sleep. Let's think about what types of houses I want to build based on my local conditions. Let's think about what types of houses I want to build based on my local conditions. Yeah, my people are gonna be miserable. Wait, what? I got approval? Oh, because it was a fresh arrival. Okay, I was like, what are you talking about? Oh, and I guess I got food. I guess I actually have food. All right. We got to get the berry farm up and running before anything else really happens.
Our stores are meagre. We cannot rely on these rations holding beyond 2 days. Now, colony ship.
I think I may have already lost. Is actually what that was. I don't know if people... I kind of like sped through that, but I think that was actually like you have lost the game. I think was actually what that said. Like you are dead. This island needs to... You need to start a new island over. Yeah.
Paying taxis to the crown.
Okay. Maybe I'll make it through now. And let's look at how much this is. 10 plots. 10 plots of berries. At 89% fertility. And yeah, an understated thing about this game is that planks are actually cheaper than wood. So they do in fact speed things up. As log cabins. I wish I could just see what the plank things look like. I think abodes actually kind of suck the most. I think I might want row houses, maybe. It's kind of a decision about where I want them to go. So everybody falls asleep there. We're going to need a cafe and a bathing dock sooner rather than later. Town hall's not for a while. Good night, little mice. Enjoy sleeping wherever you stand, basically. No, not you. I won't look at you. Raw materials, 14 stone. 16 coal, okay. 25. Okay. I should start spending those.
Other matters demand your attention. Housing, is not a luxury. Some whiskers have already resorted.
Yep. Back ship has arrived. Let's get this paid out. All right, yeah, let's take it. Take a high amount of disapproval. Oh, Anonymous, thank you for the gifts up to good evening. It's very kind of you. Very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. These subs are what, keep me able to keep streaming. So I'm really grateful. I'm really grateful, Anonymous. That's very generous of you. Makes a huge difference. The story of this game, as far as I can tell, right, because this is an early access game, so it's been one of these games that's mechanics first, and then they're kind of building the story out from there, is we are part of an empire, right? We are part of a, early modern style... I shouldn't say early modern, high colonial style, like early 19th century style colonial empire. And the empire is ruled over by cats, which they refer to as claws because, I don't know, I think it's cute. And we have been sent out to colonize on their behalf. And we are mice. All right, we are little mice, and we are the mice, and we do all the work, and the claws take all of the credit. So the claws will send tax ships, and they're also pirates. But yes, we are doing a little bit of colonialism. I think it is kind of, yes, like those kind, yes. Like those kind. Like those kind, yes. And we are playing as the mice who are being exploited by them. Yep, like that. And so, yeah, it's very much a class narrative. I think it is based off of, I think this is fundamentally, very much based off of Timberborn, but with, it's like Timberborn with a little bit more friction. I'm pretty sure they say it's EA. I'm just taking a look at what the patch notes say. It's based on Narnia. That's believable. That's believable. That is pretty believable. I think this is largely they decide to do Timberborn, but give it a little bit more friction, which I am happy to have. Right, I have not actually played Timberborn. I'm saving Timberborn for when the 1.0 on Timberborn comes out later this month. So I haven't actually fired up Timberborn despite having owned it for 3 years. Probably more. Probably owned it for 4 years. I just never fired it up. But yeah, it's kind of always been my read of what's Whiskerwood's kind of about. Interesting. Hold on a second here. They have a tips and tricks guide. Oh, okay, that's actually very good. They've got a tip thing, and I mostly am wondering about farming. I'm really trying to figure out, like, how many tiles of farmland makes enough food for one. And they do not say, which is annoying as hell. High approval, future taxes, whisker ship. Okay, we got the whisker ship here. Yeah, please enjoy your coffee. Enjoy your coffee. I weak knees. Well, you're going to be in the factory. I should have taken you. Well, no, Rude's actually kind of worse. Okay, and then refuse the rest of them. Okay, so we've got 10 unhoused whiskers. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, like that. Yep. How am I doing on planks? I got a ton of planks. I should start putting down planks. Okay. You know, you farmers are having it too easy right now. Let's do another 10 up here. And then like that. And hello, Music Drummer 01. Hello, hello, hello.
Other matters demand your attention.
Yes, planks. More planks. How are you doing, Music Drummer? And let's put down some more mining. Not gonna lie, I am in no small parts just kind of trying to level out some land up here. Oh, the woodcutter's already idle? Okay. Oh, I see what's happened here. I see what's happened here. That's easier. That's easily resolved. Steep staircase. And let's put in dash in there. Okay, only 4 homeless ones, but they will soon not be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, let's put down a 10th one. And flank path one further out. And press 3 to end day. Okay, I really need to be spending some more approval on having people work overnights. I always forget that that's like a resource that's like meant to be expended. You know what? Bulldoze that, and... crap! Okay, supply ship. I need to unload a shipment. Pretty much no matter what, there's no way around that one. Aww. This is the better location. And hello, Itsy Bitsy Bones. And hello, Huggatree Be a Target. Hello, hello, hello. It's good to see you all here. It's good to see you all here. What is F? It's F. I usually say F when I'm trying to, like, make it sound like I'm not swearing, but that was, in fact, what I want to use. Okay, so building the layer up. High approval. Okay, I'm gonna... So first of all, let's move you up a layer. And then you're doing overtime. Just use all the overtime. Okay, so far they've collected 3 berries. So far 3 berries have made it to the storage capacity, and 6 are... So it's 6... I'm working them like dogs, not mice. So true. So true. So this field of 10 is producing... So they're producing 1 per trip. It looks like... So they pick up 1. Right? And that's 1. So this produces 10 food every other day, I think? If I'm reading that correctly. Interesting. Genuinely need to know. if anybody has actually done the experimentation. Yeah, high approval, I understand.
There
Don't
have
negotiate
been
with
reports
pirates.
of pirate ransom demands in your part of the world. Under no circumstances are you...
Yep, I'm gonna negotiate with the pirates, are you kidding me? Upcoming taxes are 187. How am I doing on tax load? Let's see, check here. That's like 240 right there. Okay, finally we're going to have all housed whiskers. We are out of food. I was planning on refusing everybody, but I kind of need the apprentice. I need that princess whisker. It's funny that the phrasing is working like dogs when I don't tend to think of dogs as like a uniquely hard-working type of animal. Okay, we're actually pulling ahead on food, so it looks like this may actually be enough. It might now be short. It might work out that it's like 2 plots per whisker per day is sustainable. Which means I'm overall in trouble, right? Which means I'm overall, like, not doing great. Dog is snoring on the bed next to you. Yeah, yeah. I mean, some dogs are pretty high energy, but I do tend to think of dogs as pretty lazy a lot of the time. I got 63 planks. Okay, that's enough time. That's enough for me to make a bathing dock. Oh, I did kind of fuck up here. Did kind of fuck up here a little bit. Let's... Oh, and I can't make an earthworks yet. Management offices don't need to be anywhere in particular. If we're honest, management offices can be pretty far away. Mostly this is just going to take time for them to carry the planks over. Overtime you guys, just so we're spending a little bit of the your farm dogs work really hard. All right, I'll trust you on that. I'll trust you on that. I'll trust you on that. Legitimately, it's going to be easier to forage over here than it is going to be to forage on my main island. Okay, so we got no homeless whiskers. And let's see how much food we're leaving with. Okay, so we're coming out one ahead. So it's summer still. So I kind of want to get rid of this. Like, once they do one harvest, I think I want to switch it over to something else. Well, it's only good for cotton. Yep, I was wise to spend some of that approval. Hello, Sparkly Anarchy. Hello, Sparkly Anarchy. Do need to pay back the crown this next time. Do need to give him something. And once I guess the cotton crop comes in, then I'll be able to, like, really pay him back. But after that, I'm gonna take a look at the main island and make myself jealous. Yeah, that would have been nice. Alright, we gotta take something from the supply ship. Let's just take that. Try to keep it cheap so I can overshoot and get lots of approval. Actually, let's mine out here as well. So I've got more of a pathway. Yeah, so it'll be a straight path. Okay, town hall is being built. Policies unlocked. There we go. Okay. Okay, policies. Do the workers ever turn against the player? Yes! Yes. I haven't managed to get them to do so because I've been playing on relatively easy difficulty, and I don't want to toot my horn here too much, but I'm usually pretty good at these kind of games. And I feel like approval does tend to be a little bit of an issue, but I feel like it's less of an issue than just keeping production efficient. Production efficiency tends to be like a real bottleneck for me. Food industries, sawdust season. Oh, I don't have any, let's do this one, because carrying capacity is actually like a huge limitation on me right now. Yeah, I tend to find the big limitation to be, like, productivity and logistics. Like, if I can keep things reasonably efficient, then I feel like I have, like, infinite amounts of, stair turn, and probably the most important thing to have near the center of everything. the logistics hub. Put it right here. Right here. Okay. Okay, should have done that before they fell asleep. But yeah, those guys, they have too much work to do. Yep, approval maxed out. Cool. And hello, Carmelo. Hello, Carmelo. Yeah, I mean, admittedly, I haven't been playing this game nearly as hard as I theoretically could, right? Not enough resources? Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm basically out of planks, that's good to know. Fuck it, overtime you. Okay, the tack ship has arrived. Okay, they are picking up cotton, so I will see if I can get some more cotton in. It does appear that 32 is substantially more farmland than 2 Whiskers can handle by themselves. So once I clear out these trees, I might add a second farm. Maybe just with one.
Our stores are meager. We cannot rely on these rations. You have been entrusted by your fellow Whiskers to lead their colony.
Okay, I do have some cotton in here, but mostly I'm going to be giving them coal. That's fine. Let's see. About... So a regular shipment is probably the most efficient in terms of schematics. I probably want to get up to this one, because I do want to see if I can get a machinery. Right. I definitely want to make sure that I get a schematic for my trouble. Yeah, let's get rid of the cotton. Send a large shipment. Good. Okay. Whisker ship. Okay. I definitely need to take the educated Whisker. I'm gonna refuse the rest of them because I don't like them. And let's get these in here. How are you doing, JJ? But yeah, this is, I don't know, I've usually, in games like this, like, Tropico is really the one that I cut my teeth on. And let's put some people here in the logistics. Oh yeah. And in Tropico, it's, you know, I rarely had trouble with revolts. Not never, but rarely. Okay, I'm going to be re-rolling. Plank abode? No. Plank blockhouse. No. I don't want plank blockhouse. Shit. I guess I'll take it, but... Shit. 5 machinery is really good. guess it kind of works, actually. Oh, balls. Excuse me. Okay, and this one... we want that to empty out as much as possible. This is your guys' job, is to make sure that these things get gone as fast as possible. Yeah, we're gonna be having food problems basically from here on out. We're still in summer, but it's coming into autumn. We're going to need to hustle on food production. Maybe this will be enough food production. Overtime the mice some more. And no, I don't want food processing. I do want to get a bathing dock sooner rather than later. Okay, cool. Upcoming tax is 82. Tax ship shouldn't arrive for a minute. 3 days, okay. Pirates are coming today. Okay, that makes sense.
Please, may we have better housing? This new island was exciting.
Yep. We'll get the housing. Pirates. What do you got for me, pirates?
Seafarers.
Oh, the pirates are
Torn off
moles.
the shackles of the kingdom. Find ourselves in great need. In past times of want, wise and generous whisker colonies have supplied us with everything they had. You should follow their example, and do it quickly. There's nothing more detestable and worthy of destruction than a greedy colony.
Wow, this is brutal. I'll do it, but this sucks. Okay, I need to start making woven cloaks, is what I get out of this. That is brutal. Machinery is so valuable. Yeah. It's not just the two. I don't really want to build there because that's going to get in the way of factories. I guess actually I kind of want to build over here. You know what? No, I know what I want to do. So here's what I want to do. Okay, no construction whiskers for the moment, but that's okay. Jesus, Pete, I am so high up on that. Was it the cotton? No, it's primarily the coal. Camp is idle. Okay. We can work with this. That's coal. Okay, let's take a look around for other ores. So there's no copper on here. No gold. No tin is on the next island over. On, coal, rock salt, potash. Is tin worth more than coal? Let's take a look. Tin is indeed worth more than coal. I don't think we ever actually make bronze tools in the game. Let's take a look here at... So that's tin. So... it's actually a lot less than the copper, than the coal. I was mostly mining here to try to level things out. Actually, you know what? You know, let's keep using that logic here, right? Let's keep using that logic here. And just mine. Like that. And then mine like that. Town hall is maxed out. All right, research. I will need these research buildings sooner or later. Okay, I do need cut stone. I will need cut stone sooner or later. Smuggler doesn't show up for a minute. I am massively overprepared for the smuggler. Massively overprepared for the smuggler. Okay. Yes, VTS is working. VTS is working, or else you wouldn't see me right now. Or else, you know, this guy right here wouldn't be working. This is VTube Studio that's running right now. Yeah, it's the lifeblood of us VTubers, VTube Studio. +7. Okay, hold on, let's take a look. Okay, the biggest problems facing my people are the lack of bathing and the bad housing. Those are the two big problems. The lack of housing, so bad housing, lack of bathing, and the lack of a restaurant. So the restaurant's not nearly as big of a deal as the lack of bathing. Bathing is much easier to deal with. I'll just put that there. Let's think about it. Where do I need fewer workers? Actually, yeah, one of you. Wow, Whisker ship has arrived. Okay, definitely don't want any of these guys. Go away. Just all of them go away. Hello, hello, Terry. Not my first colony, but my first colony since I got back from Japan. I played this a little bit while I was in Japan, some of my Japan streams. But since I've gotten back, this is my first one. How are you doing, Terry? How are you doing, Terry? Have you played this? Have you played this one? I like it. I like my survival city builders. Just in general. Oh, no resources. Okay, yes, that's fine. That's easy to work with. You went to Japan. Hello, Kari. Hello, Kari. Yes, I did. And, somehow it's... And hello, 9volt. Hello, 9volt. Good to see you, good to see you. Yes, I went to Japan, and, all I got was a broken Streamerbot. Pretty much done the tech tree. Okay. I've never gotten super duper far. I've never gotten, like, super duper far. Okay, let's keep on doing... cheap ones. I'm gonna take that one. And I'm gonna refuse tomorrow. Yeah, this looks... I actually haven't played Timberborn, insanely. My understanding is this is a lot like Timberborn, but I actually haven't played Timberborn. Yeah, the cotton farms feel, pretty strong, to my eyes. I have not figured out how to rebel either. I've never gotten particularly rebellious. I mean, you can just refuse shipments and stuff like that, and you can just do that. Yeah, that's the thing. I've owned Timberborn for a while, but I haven't played it. So I wasn't going to play it until 1.0 hits, which is later this month. That was kind of my plan with Timberborn. That was kind of my Timberborn plan. Press to end day. Okay. Hopefully Dirty Fur is less of a problem. Dirty Fur is still a problem, but I think now that I've got salt water, it should be okay. Yeah, wish for Slay the Spire. Yeah. It's probably your favorite. Wow. See, I am a huge fan of the survival city builder genre. I like my city builders to be losable. I like my city builders to be pretty losable. I really like, because like to me, the city builder I've probably spent the most time on Tropico. I don't think Tropico is like on the harder end. Tropico, I've played a lot of Tropico, I've played a lot of Banished, and I've played a lot of Frostpunk. City builders that are more like City Skylines or SimCity, I tend to not find quite as engaging as, you know, as Frostpunk or, you know, this, to be honest. You know what? Oh yeah, I have low, well, whatever. I have low approval, but you guys are going in. Okay, so I am actually acquiring food at a decent clip. So it looks like about 2 farm plots per mouse, plus some forage appears to be, like, enough. Let's take a look at farming. Berries, flax. Okay, good. There's good flax land over there. I'm just going to refuse you. Because I'm going to be getting 2 approval when the tax collector arrives. And over 200 mice. Wow. Wow. That feels like a lot to me. That feels like a lot to me. I still feel like, Tropico 5 is actually, like, the hardest one I've played of the city builders. Like, I don't know, people tend to really not like Tropico 5, and I kind of get where they're coming from, but I think they're kind of worried about stuff that I don't think is super important. Yeah, I can imagine elevators helping a lot. That makes a lot of sense to me. Why is there... There shouldn't be planks in here. God, I hate this. This is where I lose my mind. This is where I lose my mind, is on running out of storage. This is where I actually start going crazy. I need a I need a stone cutter. Okay, I need a stone cutter. You're the actual priority. Not these dang houses. You're the actual priority to get the stone cutter built. When the next whisker ship arrives, I need a bunch more whiskers. I didn't like any of those last whiskers on the whisker ship, but I definitely need a bunch on this next one. And it looks like I'm not going to be able to research the good stuff, as they say. Okay. Oh, I feel like at 14 whiskers, I have already hit like the limits of what I can execute with the limits of what I can execute on without getting some more storage, and without engaging with the logistics system. Holy crap. I feel like the storage system in this is really punishing. Oh, okay, I'm into the negatives. I'm into the negatives, and it's okay, it's because I'm out of clothing. Okay. And I'm a ways away from being able to do anything about that. Okay, so... Giant ball of large warehouse and conveyor belts. Yeah, I haven't gotten to conveyor belts ever, and I haven't gotten to large warehouses either. And hello, Sleeper Shark, and hello, Sabork, and thank you, Sleeper Shark, for the lurk. As I am sure everybody knows, lurks are highly appreciated by us streamers. Okay. Okay. Where did I get 55 flax? Oh, I know where I got 55 flax from. Where did I get all that flax from? I'm surprised I only have 9 cotton. Yeah, let's do it. Let's send the large shipment. Start looting further on. Okay, okay. They did just implement a ferry system, like, today. Yeah, I've kind of developed a habit. I don't know if it's good or not. I don't know if it's a good habit or not, where I basically alternate, like, refusing. So, like, one tax cycle, I will take on a ton of supplies and refuse to pay until I'm, like, and like really ride, like, near negative approval. And then I will, the next go around, I will try to keep my payments as low as possible and then overpay massively. I've kind of gotten into a rhythm of, like, overpay and then underpay. I'm gonna re-roll these. Oh, I can't accept anybody. Anyway, I just wasted a re-roll! I just completely wasted a reroll. Okay, I'm gonna abolish that. Oh my goodness, I'm mad about that. Sure and sure. Yeah, first payments after winter I tend to underpay on. But I'm mostly trying to, I don't know if it's like the smartest thing because it doesn't get you as many schematics as you want, as I might want, and schematics are pretty valuable. Okay, so unassign, assign you, and some wind chimes up. Oh, pollution! I did destroy an island like entire. I did completely destroy an entire island off of pollution. Ah, the Sizgi Altair. How are you doing, Sizgi? How are you doing, Sizgi? Sizgi Altair. Oh wait, hold on. That for some reason that shout out is now broken. Hello, hello, Altair. Hello, hello. Thank you for the follow, LF VT. What were you doing? What were you doing? For some reason, my regular shoutout command is broken. So, hello. You're an IRL astrophysicist. Wow. Wow, that is cool. I am merely a humble sociologist by trade. What were you up to? Learning cuneiform? Oh my goodness, cuneiform's so cool. I can only read like, I think heart is the only cuneiform word that I can read. I don't think I can read any other cuneiform words because heart looks kind of interesting. How was learning about cuneiform? I really do love the ancient Sumerians. I've got a deep affection for the ancient Sumerians. I really enjoy the Bronze Age. The Sumerians and the Hittites are very fun for me. Hello, hello, hello. My name for the Raiders is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I am mostly a calligraphy streamer. I am mostly a calligrapher. That is my preferred art form. And I also paint miniatures. And today I'm playing Whiskerwood, which is a cute little game, that I've played a little bit before. I am something of a fan of the survival city builder micro genre. I'm giving you a fallback immediately, Sizki. Yep, that is the cuneiform stream. Yeah. And yeah, Irving Finkel's so cool. Irving Finkel is so freaking cool. What a cool dude. I need to how bad off am I on pronouncing Sizgi? Because it's a word that I've known since I was like 10, but I don't actually know how to pronounce it at all. It's one of those words I've only known from books. Hold on, is it S or C? I'm going to Syzygy. Syzygy is what that looks like to me. Syzygy is what that looks like to me. That sounds right? Okay. Syzygy. Okay. Yeah, Finkel is so cool. One of those things I've never done that I want to do is playing the royal game of And actually, okay, you know what? Yep. It's a triple alignment. It's a confirmed line in celestial terms. Okay. People have asked me to do another baking stream, another cooking stream, or a baking stream, which I haven't done in a long time, because they're kind of a pain in the neck because I can't really put up my cameras in my kitchen, or my microphone, or my computer, for that matter. I have to do everything like at my desk, which is pretty annoying. But I have made royal palace cakes of and I could do that again. I do like the Royal Palace cakes of It's a very interesting recipe. I'm actually just, I might as well just share. Um, uh, I may as well just share it. Let me see if I can find the. No, that's. Oh, hold on. I like cooking a lot, and I like cooking old recipes. Uh, I like doing historical recipes. A little bit of a limitation as a vegan, a little bit of a challenge. Veganizing this recipe is a little bit of a challenge. Wait, what? Is the video gone? Is the video gone? It's all about fucking Queen Elizabeth. I don't care about Queen Elizabeth. I'm, I'm Irish American. What? Who could I care about less on this planet? Uh, it's not tasting history. Let's see if I can find the channel. The world that was. That's what I'm looking for. World that was. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What? I don't care about Age of Sigmar. What are you guys doing here? I'm looking for the Irish. I'm looking for the Irish cooking channel. Oh, they've been inactive for 4 years. Okay. That's depressing. Yeah, legitimately one of my favorite channels of all time. Legitimately one of my favorite channels of all time. I think their blog might be down. Nope, nope. Their blog is still up. Their blog is still up. There we go. There we go. Actual recipe. Actual recipe. Actual recipe. I have baked this a few times. Veganizing it is a little bit of a pain, since it does, like, cottage cheese is kind of important to it. The eggs I don't think matter. The eggs I do not think matter. I do not think they matter. The recipe has turned out pretty good a couple of times and pretty bad a couple of times that I've made it. Like ultra dense a couple of times. I think it's supposed to be fluffy, but sometimes it's just like doughy. Which is not the best, but you know, it's kind of a wheat and dates delivery vehicle, so it's there's worse things that you can eat. But yes, I hope you had a good time with Mr. Finkel. Norman Finkel is so cool, folks. Yeah, advertising a massively, both those advertising a massively more successful influencer than either of us. And I am sorry for holding you up as long as I have. If Miss Altair, you need to. I should have asked your pronouns. I just judged based off of your model. That was rude of me. If Suzuki, there we go. Suzuki. Okay, Miss Altair, there we go. I'll stick with. I can use Miss Altair or Miss Suzuki. Suzuki. Miss Suzuki. If you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. If, however, you want to watch me fumble around trying to make a productive little city of mice, both of those are acceptable options. Both of those are very reasonable options. I appreciate that you shared your community with me. Headling, you traveling soon. Okay. Good luck. I hope safe travels. Enjoy your time abroad. And hopefully I'll catch one of your streams sooner rather than later. Yeah, the Orbeez. I've never been able to stick to a community name. I tend to say like class, but I'm not good at sticking to it. I'm not good at sticking to it. Oh, I'm probably overclogged on building materials. That's probably what's happening. I was like, what is happening? Okay. We're building some houses now. I think we need the school, though. I'm comfortable with schools being a little bit out of the way. Okay. And we're going to need a cafe, probably sooner rather than later. I want the school up first. Before the cafe. And we're going to want to start replacing these stone houses with plank houses. But again, it's the limiting factor is going to be the plank production. What's the arrival schedule? Supply ship tomorrow. Whisker's 2 days away. Let's take a look at... Okay, I should probably just refuse. Oh, Sara's off tank. Thank you for the... That's lovely. That's lovely. Cozy late night at late antiquity. That is actually pretty much accurate. That's pretty much accurate. I should probably, you know, I don't think this is like a big deal, but I think it's probably worth knowing about me that I am pretty comfortable talking about some serious topics. I think it's important that people feel able to discuss serious issues, and so sometimes those do come up. I am not doing pure brain dead coziness. I know that pure numbing is something that sometimes people are looking out for, but that ain't me. That ain't me. Okay, Vexing Cat. Hello, Vexing Cat. Also, hold on, I forgot to give the shout out to Suzuki, because that was a very cool person. Hold on, let's give a shout out to Suzuki Altair. What a name. What a name. Oh, I'm being rate limited by Twitch. Okay. Never mind. Okay, workout time. I'm going to do 10 push-ups. 10 push-ups. Thank you, Vex. I could use the 10 push-ups. Oh yeah, feels good for the abs too. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whew. Thank you, Vex. Whew. How are you doing today, my friend? Put up my hair. You're doing excellent. That is excellent to hear. That is excellent to hear. Oh. When will I be in Japan next? I haven't decided. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I did overpay a lot for plane fare this last time, so the next time might be a bit cheaper. But you know, coordinating travel and coordinating finances is the tricky part at this point, because I do not, you know, that's kind of where I'm at. I have not decided. I have not decided. This mining camp is further away than I'd like it to be. Okay. I'm kind of curious about something here. How do I activate slice mode? Let's see. Oh, okay. I'm just going to refuse you out of hand. V goes down. Okay, so I can't see anything down here. Okay. Okay. No teacher. Okay. Unassign you. Apprentice. Easier to teach you guys up, than the other way around. Yeah, yep, I know as you dig more, yep. Thank you, Itsy Bitsy Bones. I mean, it's... I understand why people want the kind of, like, total brain dead, like, numbing coziness. I get where they're coming from. It's just, I think that sometimes that's not what you need, and it's also not usually what I need. I tend to kind of prefer to confront things. Hello, Hoomter! It's good to see you, Hoomter. It's good to see you, Hoomter. Good morning, right? It's still morning for you. It's still morning over in Scandinavia. Yeah, it's important to. I think you gotta talk about things. False. Okay. I mean, maybe. Not at any quick rate. Whisker ship in 2 days, and then in 3 days, and then a supply ship. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's pretty funny. The stilts is pretty good. Okay. Crap, I never assigned anybody to work at the cafe, even though I built it. That would have been wise. Oh well. Okay, they're halfway to becoming apprentices, which is good. Alright, let's see how much approval I got. Probably not as much as, like... The first thing that the people of the Paris Commune did was dismantle the guillotines. That's interesting. Okay, insane thing that I learned, like, literally today, that I'm, like, still trying to figure my way out around, is that, apparently, the Spartans practiced polyandry, which is kind of crazy to me. Polyandry is a super rare practice, anthropologically speaking. Super rare, anthropologically speaking. So I think that's really crazy. -1. Your whiskers begin to doubt you. The clothing is by far the biggest thing. Okay. Not even close on anything else. It's the clothing. Okay, so... Jeezy Pete's. You're the actual priority. Polygamy, yeah, polygyny is quite common. Polygyny is a very, very globally common practice, but polyandry is super rare. Polyandry is super duper rare. God damn it. Well, unfortunately, I don't actually care about any of you. Use all, Go Spartans. I have so few nice things to say about the Spartans. I don't even know if this qualifies as I've got a nice thing to say about the Spartans. They are, as these things go, I generally find them extremely uncharming, would be a polite way to say that. It's impressive to be like the most slaver society that I can name in all of human civilization. The only society I can think of that's like more enslaving would be like, we don't need woodcutting for a minute. Okay, and get the other engineer in there. There we go, something like that. Yeah, the only society I can think of that compares are things like Dahomey. Oh yeah, no, Rome is not even close. Rome is not even close. Rome is not even close. Rome was like 20 to 30% of the population was enslaved. Varying a lot because this is 1,000. Actually, it gets pretty close to like almost 0% for certain periods of the imperial era. During the Republican era, it's usually around 30%, and that's kind of rough. We're kind of guessing. For the Spartans, it's like never below 80% of Spartans were enslaved. And according to it was like 80+%, 80 to 90%. And according to the ancient Greeks, Spartan slavery was considerably harsher than Greek or Roman slavery, than other Greek or Roman slavery. Like that's according to Xenophon, who likes the Spartans. Xenophon and Plutarch are the two people who are like really the big Spartan glazers in ancient history. And even Xenophon, I believe Xenophon's words were, nowhere is a slave more a slave than in Sparta. Well, Asbork, okay, so the course of Spartan civilization, hold on, let's go back to the World War II question. Let's go back to this World War II question. Somebody did ask me for a book recommendation for World War II. Shattered Sword. Shattered Sword's really good. Shattered Sword is a very easy recommendation. I recommend Shattered Sword. That one's really cool. How can you function with that amount of the population enslaved? So what happens in the case of Sparta is that there's a couple of things that happen with... Also, yes, you're welcome, Fire Rescue Guy. There's a couple of things that happen in the case of Sparta. The first thing that must be said about Sparta is that... And this is like, nobody can test this. Sparta died internally. Spartan society failed because of their own internal problems. The entire society did in fact fail. Like that is a thing that happened. And the way that it failed actually doesn't have directly to do with the heritage thing, but it is an indirect effect of the heritage thing. The way that Sparta failed is that Sparta, like many ancient civilizations, only really had full rights and everything for a slice of the population and not the entire population by any stretch of the imagination. And that's true of most ancient societies. Even the Romans are unusually insanely permissive, and it's a huge percentage of why Rome was able to do what it did is that it was, relatively speaking, Rome's ability to integrate foreign cultures into Rome is by far the strongest of any society up until like well, I should say by far the strongest of any ancient society. By far. It's not even close. And so, like, that's not that weird. The Spartans, however, were extremely narrow, and in order to be a Spartan citizen, you had to do a couple of things, right? So in order to be a citizen of Athens, Athenian citizens had a property requirement, and they had a lineage requirement, okay? Those are the two things that you had to be in order to be an Athenian citizen. It was property and lineage. You had to be descended from existing Athenians, and you had to have a certain amount of property. The Spartans had a similar thing. You needed to be descended on both sides from Spartans, from Spartiates, I should say, from the Spartiate, I never quite remember, from the Spartiates. You need to be descended from two different people from the citizen class, and you have to contribute regularly to the Sysoton. The Sysoton is basically Spartan country clubs. There are several Spartan country clubs. They call mess halls is how they're often designated, but I feel like mess hall makes them sound a lot more austere and open-ended than what they were. I think a country club is a much more accurate description. And you had to bring food to the Sysoton in order to continue to be a citizen. You lose your citizenship if you cannot afford your membership in the Sysoton. And Spartiates are not allowed to hold down jobs. You are not allowed to do anything as a Spartiate other than hunting and sports. Those are what you are allowed to do. You're allowed to have hunt, sports, and hang out. Those are your allowed jobs. You are not allowed to do pottery. You're not allowed to cook for yourself. You're not allowed to do your own farming, etc. You have to get all of that from your slaves. Okay? And here's an important thing. If you lose your Spartiate citizenship, all of your descendants forever lose your Spartiate citizenship. That is, you become a second-class citizen, and that second-classmanship, which is seen as a very despised class by the Spartiates, this is similar to you can also lose it for cowardice, and you can lose it for that's a famous one. You can lose it for cowardice in battle, but you probably more often lost it for not being rich enough. And so that means that they constantly were losing population. Spork, from what I know of Heritage and so here's one of those things that must be said. Here's a thing that's really important to remember. We don't have writings from the Spartans. Okay? We do not have writings from the Spartans. We have writings from Athenians and Megalopolins about Sparta. Yes, we do not have first-hand accounts of Spartan life from Spartans. We are relying primarily on Xenophon and Polybius, and to a lesser extent, Plutarch and a couple of other people writing at various points. Yes, they would. It is worth pointing out that Xenophon is going to be very pro-Sparta. Xenophon is extremely pro-Sparta. He was actively friends with the Spartan kings. Xenophon's main reason why he is writing things down, as I read it, this is my read. I cannot pretend I do not actually know what is in Xenophon's heart, but my read of Xenophon is that he is writing about Sparta because he thinks Athens should be more like Sparta. He resents the way that Athens is democratic, and more egalitarian than Sparta. He thinks that it should be more like Sparta. He thinks that Sparta is a better government. Hello, Iro. Good to see you, my friend. So Xenophon is very pro-Sparta. Polybius fucking hates the Spartans because he's from Megalopolis. He fucking hates the Spartans. And then there's Plutarch writing much later, and Plutarch is simply not a reliable source in general. Xenophon has problems. Plutarch is willing to just make up shit if it tells a good story. So Plutarch is highly unreliable. So we're relying on, for literary accounts, we're relying primarily on a couple of ancient written sources, and then incredible, nice one, Hipter. And then we've got archaeology, right? So we are relying on some fairly limited sources. That said, backing up to the actual question that Sabork asks, ancient slavery varies very considerably. Okay, this is one of those things that's like when people think about slavery, their usual frame of reference is American slavery in the 19th century. Okay, so I'm not trying to minimize the crimes of my country. I'm absolutely not going to do that. Actually, this is America's great sin, but what I am trying to say is that chattel slavery, as we understand it in America, we are mostly thinking about approximately 50 years of one country. Okay, right? We are tending to think about 50 years of the practice as it was performed in one country, and Sparta was practicing helitage for like 300, 400 years. Rome was practicing it for over 1,000. And there's also going to be a lot of variation that you will not see in American slavery. American slavery, in particular in the 19th century, is primarily about the extraction of cotton in plantations. This is not the only thing that Americans use slaves for, but it is kind of the most famous one. So the Helots were primarily agricultural slaves. Okay? They were primarily agricultural slaves, and the way that they were enslaved was very different than the way that American slaves were enslaved. The way that American slavery worked as a series of practices was that Portuguese and British, primarily Portuguese and British, French is, I think, a distant third, traded guns to West African kingdoms for slaves. And this had really interesting effects on the economies of those West African countries. Horrifying effects. Those West African countries, by the way, are the only... When I said that Sparta is almost the most slaving country I can think of, the real competitor was not Rome. It was not the American South. It was like Dahomey. It was those kingdoms. It was the West African slaver kingdoms are the only things that like really compete with the Spartans. So the Portuguese and the British traded guns and machinery to West African countries, and they got gold, ivory, and slaves in exchange. And they sent those slaves over to America, to the Americas. It was not nearly just the United States. I think Jamaica got nearly as many slaves as was just by itself, because Jamaican slavery was, in fact, considerably more horrifying than USian slavery. So that's all agricultural slavery in a plantation context. And those are people who are deracinated from their original ethnic and geographic context and moved across the entire Atlantic Ocean to a new context and a new legal system. The way that Spartans did slavery, in particular, the way that ancients tend to do slavery in general was by like slave raiding and debt bondage and stuff like that. The Spartan system of slavery is somewhat interesting here in that they fully invade in another Greek polis called Messene, and they just mass enslave all of Messene, and they don't deracinate them. They just demolish all of the civic institutions and reduce all of the people to helitage, and they just run the population of Messene as like their backyard like super plantation. And so that's the thing I have to note, right? Is that like USian chattel slavery is built around this plantation context where the people are deracinated and very objectified, whereas the helots are still kind of in their community. And yes, Onyx Tail has predicted what I think is one of the really important things here. Where I was going to go with this is that we have a sense of the basic level of horror and broad level of horror that American slavery is. Yes, they do not move them as a rule. They don't move them particularly. We have a basic idea of like how horrifying it was to work on cotton plantations, and this is partially made easier for us to conceptualize by the fact that cotton plantations, we can kind of think of that as like one cotton plantation is much like another. Whereas ancient slavery, slaves are going to be used for a much wider range of things. They are just such a huge part of the economy. Slavery in America did involve a lot more than cotton plantations, right? Like, the source of Thomas Jefferson's wealth was he had a nail factory that was staffed with slaves. That is how Thomas Jefferson made his money, was by using his slaves to make nails. Now, I'm going to use a second snooze here because I am enjoying this quite a... Actually, I'll wait until it gets closer to 2 minutes. So in ancient slavery, it depends a lot. An agricultural slave in an ancient context is often, it might be similar or possibly even better than an American agricultural slave, probably better than a Jamaican agricultural slave. Mining slavery in the ancient world was, by and large, a particularly brutal death sentence. That was, by and large, a particularly brutal death sentence. Particularly salt mines. Salt mines tended to kill you in just a couple of years. So mining was functionally a death penalty, like a pretty quick one. We know from how they treated Romans, we know from Heraclinum in particular, we have like remains of Roman slaves, and we know they were not treated that well. And it's that, all of that said, in the case of Spartan slavery, yes, that was a thing, like sentencing people to be worked to death. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And it's worth saying that salt mines kill you super fast because they dehydrate you so quickly that you go into renal failure in like 2 years. Salt mines kill you very fast in the pre-modern world. And so, which is why they had to enslave people to do it. The Spartan thing the thing that must be said about Spartans is, okay, so they didn't deracinate these people. They didn't take them out of an existing context and move them into a new context where they could be highly controlled. They did not keep them in slave pens or in, or chained up or anything like that. They were just farmers. And so how are they still enslaved? How do you keep them in order? And the answer in the case of the Spartans was terrorism. You may have heard of the agoge, which is the Spartan school. One of the features of the Spartan school, which is like how they teach young Spartan men to become Spartan citizens, part of the agoge is hunting and killing helots. They would specifically target helots who were charismatic or particularly healthy or strong. Yes. quite a bit like hunting for sport. It was a deliberate policy of dysgenics to discourage any leaders or particularly strong people from managing to lead the helots, and people asked about how this all worked out. It is worth remembering that the Spartans lived not only in constant terror of helot revolts to the extent that it was militarily crippling. The Spartans have a reputation for military excellence that I think is extremely undeserved. The Spartans are not able to keep their non-farming soldiers in the field year-round at distances of like a 2-day march. And a lot of the reason, it's not just that the Spartans have a very primitive logistics system, it's that the Spartans are deeply, deeply afraid of helot revolts, and they have a lot of them. Helot revolts are fairly frequent, and the thing that stops helot revolts from happening is that Sparta completely collapses. That's what stops the helot revolts after a while, is that they lose the helots. They lose the Sacred War. Well, not just when the Romans kept them as an amusement park. The fame did precede that. The Spartans did have a cultivated and deliberate public image for being exceptionally terrifying in physical hoplite combat. They did already have that. Herodotus talks about it. Like this is like a known thing, right? Like this is a. I'm hoping I'm mixing it up. I believe Herodotus and Thucydides both talk about it. This is a thing that the Spartans are somewhat famous for. Sparta is, as a rule, it is the thing that I think is really worth saying about Sparta. Sparta is generally able to be one of the stronger polises. There's hundreds of polis, and Sparta and Athens are clearly a cut above the others in terms of power. The difference in citizenship size between the two is enormous, but Sparta still has a pretty large population because Sparta has by far the most land area out of any polis. The Hollywood version makes it look much nicer. The Hollywood version, as far as I know, is only represented in the movie 300, and it makes it look like it was, it makes it look like it was Fight Club. We do not know that much, but the educated guess we have about what the Agoge was like was probably pretty similar to the Lord's Resistance Army, is the way that I have heard historians talk about it, as like a parallel that you would know more about in the 21st century would be compared to the Lord's Resistance Army. And if you're not familiar with that, it's a lot of child rape, and a lot of forcing children to murder innocent people. So yeah, the Lord's Resistance Army. It's a Central African militia that uses a lot of child soldiers. That's famous for the use of child soldiers. There are other armies like that. The Lord's Resistance Army just comes to mind because it's got a memorable name. But yes, that kind of like, those kind of like horrifying child soldier militias is kind of what the Agoge was probably more like than anything else. So yeah. So yeah. It's perfectly horrifying. It's perfectly horrifying. What shall we say? Anyway, I'm not a fan of the Spartans as a culture. I do not find them charming, so to speak. I find very little to emulate about them. And yeah, so the Spartans had this resistance for military excellence that I think is very undeserved. Sparta and Athens are really the only true tier 1 polises, depending on how you want to think about the Kingdom of Macedonia. And the Spartans are not able to successfully subdue the Argos, who they are at war with for basically their entire existence, even though those are substantially a tier below them. They are unable to truly subdue Tegea. And it's worth remembering that when push came to shove, the Spartans got completely flattened by the Thebans. Got completely crushed by the Thebans. And that is before they had to deal with the Macedonians, right? There's this famous story of, like, the Spartans telling the Macedonian, like, the Macedonians go, hey, we need you to do this, and the Spartans go, if, you know, the famous laconic reprise of if. People don't tend to mention that the next thing that happened was that the Macedonians did in fact show up and did in fact completely flatten the Spartans. I have used up my snoozes, so we are going to an ad break. I need to use the bathroom very badly anyway. I will talk to you all in a few minutes. Hopefully I'll be a little bit less grim, but I do like to shit on the Spartans whenever I'm given the opportunity. So I'll see you all in a few minutes, and also this will get the ads to align closer with the hour mark, which I like. So be right back. Hi, I'm back. I would not say Sabork. I would not worry at all. It's not at all a problem to get me talking about a big history topic. It's not like the gameplay is, I don't know. I am kind of the opinion that the gameplay is just kind of, it's there, right? Right? Like, I'm not trying to not play the game, but uh it's not really that big of a deal. This is not that big of a deal. Um Okay. Okay, we should be able to get some good approval built up because now we're actually making clothing. Okay, no mine shafts marked nearby. Cool. I'm going to continue leveling this out. And then... once we've leveled it out, oh, have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good night, Sabork. But before you go, what have you got from what you're doing? Hi, Shark. I only really played the first one. I did find it kind of disturbing that Assassin's Creed Valhalla makes the Vikings look like liberators of the Anglos from the Catholic Church. I'm not saying that the medieval Catholic Church was good, but like the Vikings kind of definitely came to England to like enslave people. Like there's definitely like a lot of why they were there. You know. And then look, Kango. How is Kango doing? Yeah, liberating them of their property and often their lives. Any recommendations about the pike and shot era? Okay, insanely. I don't have a recommendation for a history book about like the military of that era. It's all. I do kind of want to point out that I am way more into Chinese history than I am into European history. My understanding of my understanding of Assassin's Creed Valhalla, which is largely like I just kind of like watch some other people play it, and even then not like all the way through, is that like, yeah, they definitely portray the church as like thieves that you're like liberating people from, and okay, so this is Spork. I'm going to give you an insane. I'm going to give you something insane. I don't have a good history book about the pike and shot era. I do have a really cool looking tabletop war game about the pike and shot era. This, as war games go, this is so cool. This one's so cool. It's model agnostic. It doesn't cost money. It's model agnostic, as long as you have things that have square bases. As long as you have access to square bases, that's all you need. You just need square bases. That's it. Yeah, I only played the first Assassin's Creed, and I did like that in Ass Creed 1, they made a lot of very interesting architectural decisions. I did kind of enjoy that. Other than that, I find them kind of mostly silly. I do kind of dislike a tendency that I associate largely with anime, of particularly going like, oh, the only reason why anything bad ever happened in the Middle Ages was because of the Catholic Church, which... It's not that the Catholic Church was, like, good, it's just... Like, the opposition to the Catholic Church in the Middle Ages was not, like, liberalism, it was aristocracy. Right? Like, that was the opposition to the church, was not like, oh, like, these... We like, people... The people need, like, to be liberated and free. It was like, what do you mean my daughter gets to marry who she loves instead of who's convenient for me? Like, that's, like, the big opposition to the Catholic Church, is that kind of stuff. So, like, the Catholic Church, I think, does a lot of bad things, but I think the biggest reason why the Catholic Church does bad things throughout most of its history is that it sucks up to the already powerful and excuses and valorizes evil, powerful people. That's... Which is bad. I want to be clear here. I think that that's bad. That is worth condemning. That is evil behavior. But that's also very different evil behavior from, like, this was a normal, fine society, and then the Catholic Church came in and, like, we're a bunch of serial murderers, which is how the TV show Orb works. I do not like the show Orb. It was, like, one of my least favorite anime I've ever watched. Oh. We gotta assign somebody here. Definitely need... Something like that. Have a good night, Spork. Have a good night, Spork. I mean, I learned a lot of history. I got into history initially a lot because a lot of my early... never mind. I don't know how to say that. Yes! Yes! Okay, I haven't managed to get past threadbare clothing, but 6 people managed to get into new clothes, so we managed to really stem the tide of the threadbare clothing problem. So that's wonderful. Unsatisfactory bath, raw food, bland food, hard labor, ate at warehouse, yep. Okay, now I can start overtiming again. Shit, I shouldn't have done that. Tomorrow's a supply ship, 2 days away is the whisker ship. Okay, so I should be saving up. I need whiskers. I am low on population. Oh my god. Italia's such a funny answer. Italia's such a funny answer. I am sorry, that's amazing. That's fucking amazing. Good gravy. Italia. Yeah, I'm very slow. I'm a very slow player. I'm a very, very slow player. Okay. I might not want to take whiskers, actually, because we're going into winter. I don't particularly want to overtime on the mining because, good gravy. Yeah, the storage problem in this game is really challenging because I don't know how well you can see this, but one flax makes 2 woven cloaks. Pirate blockade in 3 days. Where is the smuggler? Give me the smuggler. I want smuggles. Give me the smuggler. I really don't give me the smuggler too soon, but... Now you watch Secrets of the Museum or Museum Secrets. I want smuggles. That was an insane phrasing. Why did I say that? I'm going to live to regret that one. What's going on over here? Okay, yeah, I need to... I hate doing this, but it's just flat out necessary at this point. So... we need some storage sheds. We just need them.
Please, may we have better housing?
I like this game quite a bit. I was eating some blueberries. While my mice were eating berries, I was eating berries. Okay, and... trying to think about how to execute this. Okay, 72 approval. That's good. That's good. I can burn a bunch of overtimes. Yeah, woven cloaks has been making up the huge difference. I can burn a bunch of OTs. God damn it, Blue. I can burn a bunch of OTs. Definitely want to burn this OT. Oh, they're already on. Keep you going, and the mines also. Yeah, hello, Scaldy. I didn't say. I don't know if I said hello. I did hear about the courier of the Mongol Empire. I did hear about that. I did hear about that. That one sounds super cool. Okay. I think we need a research lab. More than we need a more than we need the next house.
Do you remember the parable of the lazy cat and the busy beaver?
Yeah, I think we're gonna make it on that one, actually. Which is... They give you an alert on the winter storage one so fucking late. You're the priority. I'll be able to overpay the tax collector enormously, so... Oh. I do have an educated whisker somewhere around here. Oh, stones go from 3 to 2, so this does actually compress things. I'm gonna turn on rapid construction. Oh. Did I lose internet? It says OBS disconnected. Am I back? Ugh. Oh, looks like I'm back. Looks like I'm back. I can see chat. I can see chat. I can see chat. Okay, okay. Yeah, just a little bit of yeah, a little bit of internet problems because of the weather. Nearly maxed out. Nearly maxed out. Okay. Nearly maxed out. Okay. With blizzards and the like, yeah. Okay, I gotta go to whisker management. Yup. Whisker management. Manage whisker assignments. I'm looking for somebody's educated. The cafe worker is educated. That's funny. Well. Sorry, we're going to do some research. It's a little bit late for me to get much out of heating. Long stairs is actually pretty tempting. Long stairs is a good research. Oh, Humter, have a good night. Have a good night. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Sleep well, sleep well. Yeah, the cafe is just the average Starbucks. That's correct, Scaldy. A small warehouse that I need. Give me warehouse. Yeah, I can build some decorations. I can certainly build the path decorations. Those are free. For some reason, path decorations are free. I don't entirely get it, but they are. Oh, I should be using the planters. I like these. Oh, you can stack them. That's interesting. Some regular decorations on here. Not where I wanted it to be, but funny. I'm just trying to put them in like kind of like high traffic areas. Kind of my logic. And yeah, there we go. I'm going to wait on that one for a moment. I'm going to try to do something cheeky with that. Something a little cheesy with that. Tax ship has arrived. Okay. Tax ship has arrived. No coal. Okay, that makes sense. You are not getting... I don't want to give them too much of my flax. I want to keep some of it around. Send full shipment. Trinkets are just taking up space. I don't want to give away any of my food. Okay. Send a large shipment. Let's go. Claw delegation will speak to you soon. Okay. And now a whisker ship has arrived. This is what I was looking for. Okay. Thoughtful and weak knees. Definitely want you. Okay, now I turn this in. Well, hold on, let's take a look here. Is there another... No more ships? There's not another whisker ship for a while. Yeah, I'll take that. Still one short on population. Okay. And now that I've leveled off a pretty good amount of now that I've leveled off a pretty good amount of oh, I don't have copper bars. That was a pretty dumb one for me to invest in. So first let's add another researcher here. Okay, cool. The mines have been cleared. Start digging. Okay. 5 unhoused mice.
You have been entrusted by your fellow whiskers to
Okay,
lead
I'm gonna not turn that one in immediately. Oh, I need to assign some people here. I need to assign some people here, and you're overtiming. No available teacher whiskers. That's understandable. Now let's get another forager in here because we're going to run out of food at the rates we're currently going. I'll also build another farm for this once we get in advance of the spring. What did you get me?
Please, may we have better housing? This new island was Please, may we...
Yeah, I'll take that. How goes the cat colonialism? Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Pretty good. I think I figured out, like, about how much farmland I need, which appears to be about 2 plots at high fertility per whisker. So, at least for berries, maybe with wheat, it's more permissive. So, you know, something like this should make a pretty big difference. And had fertility. If Morgan, you enjoy it for it. This game has, I think it's pretty primitive, their fertility and erosion mechanics. I think the fertility erosion mechanics in this game are pretty primitive. I think I need to... make the farmland a little bit cleaner. And let's take a look. Exceptions, are farming sim and Sakuna. I've never played Sakuna. I heard Sakuna's kind of crazy. I heard Sakuna's kind of like nuts. Yeah, most games have like nothing. Most games have like nothing. In the case of Against the Storm, it makes perfect sense to me that there's basically no mechanics at all. For that, because like Against the Storm, like the entire point is that like you are trying to like get in and get out, right? Like it's definitely not a like you're trying to get a lot of things done type of game. Like you are is very intended that it's like, oh no, you are like you are at like the limit, right? Like that's very much the intention, right? Like it's still have one homeless. Pause construction. I think actually, I know, I've mentioned this before, Tropico 5 and 6 are like not well liked by fans of the series, but I actually think they're really good. I think people are, I'm not trying to be like, oh, people are being too harsh on this secretly based game. Well, okay, I kind of am actually. People are mostly mad about one particular thing, which is an understandable one. I think we're enacting a lift with your back. As much as relevant for negative 80 sea soil. I actually like the way it worked in Tropico 5. I think Tropico 5 gets a really bad rap, largely because you can't set individual wages. So like your actual control over the game in Tropico is pretty limited. Like your actual real control is pretty limited.
We are but humble seafarers who, having torn off the shackles of the kingdom, find ourselves in great need. In past times of want, wise and generous whisker colonies have supplied us with everything they had. You should follow their example, and do it quickly. There's nothing more detestable and worthy of destruction than a greedy colony.
The second one was, yes. The second one was, strangely. I've actually not really played Tropicos 1 and 2. I've played Tropicos 3, 4, and 5 a lot. Kind of tempting to fire up Tropico 5 or 6 for stream. It's a kind of funny series in that Tropico 1 and 2... I'm sorry, the Tropicos, like, 3 and 4 are practically the same game, and then Tropicos 5 and 6 are also practically the same game. So... I'll just take a cannonball. What did they destroy? Oh, blockhouse? Okay. That's annoying, but... I should have given them the cloak. The cloak was worth a lot less than the planks. Oh my goodness, small warehouse unlocked. Small warehouse unlocked. Increased winter surcharge, yeah. You know what? I'm gonna refuse. I'm gonna refuse. I think in terms of cloaks I'm doing great on. I can probably relax a little bit on that actually. And let's take a look here. You know what? I'm gonna be crazy here. Because there's not gonna... I mean, the farmers are gonna be out of work during the winter, so... And hello, Milky Mode. But yeah, I actually like Tropico a lot. I like the type of challenge that Tropico gives you. Tropico is a pretty challenging series. And a lot of the challenges contained in, like... You can loot... Like, your people can hate you so bad they just kill you. Right? Like, that's actually, like, the big challenge. Is that, like, if you are not nice enough to your population, they will just kill you. Horror state and you're grappling for resources. I've generally found that I can create pretty nice islands in Tropico. I usually find that being generous with my people gets me better results than being a horror state. Do
you remember the pair?
Oh, Inari! Oh my goodness. Omar jumping the gun. What were you up to, Inari? What were you up to, Inari? What was Inari doing? Coffin of Andy and Lele! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Inari Reiju. Folks, Inari is one of my best friends. I love Inari dearly, dearly, dearly. I think she's an incredible streamer. I love her streams. And she was playing Coffin of Andy and Lele, and I always have to tell people this story because I think it's deeply, deeply funny. Inari had set up to play Coffin of Andy and Lele with a friend of hers, and this friend, another voice acting friend of hers, got sick, right? So Inari was going to be playing Lele, and her friend was going to be playing Andy. And Inari didn't know much about the game, and she was short a voice actor, so she got her pinch sitter voice actor. right? Her voice acting friend that is reliable and shows up and can be counted on in an emergency. Her brother. I've never gotten over this. I've never gotten over this. But welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm actually going to do something slightly goofy here. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy. That is the main thing I do. The main thing I do is see, she's just screaming. That's the main thing I do is I do calligraphy. I also paint miniatures. Yeah, she didn't know. I paint miniatures, and I'm going to do something here just a second. I'm going to I paint miniatures, and today I'm playing Whiskerwood. Whiskerwood is a survival city builder in the style of that's interesting. Is a survival city builder in the style of mostly, I would say, that's interesting. That is interesting. Sources, copy Almantas. I am trying to show off that I have a coffin of Andy and Lele Fugi that is not displaying. That's distressing. That's distressing. Well, I'll take that away then. I will take that away then and put myself back. Myself back. Oh, she's aware now. She's aware now. She's aware now. But yes, Inari is one of my best friends. And Morp is a cool dude. Morp is a cool dude who lives to torment her. So yeah. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in Milky Mode. Welcome in Omar_Omar. Welcome in Inari Reiju. Welcome in Archibald. Welcome in Lucy Muse. Welcome in the rest of the Spiritlings. I hope you have a lovely time. We have had I'm playing Whiskerwood. Again, it's a survival city builder. We've had a fairly extensive discussion about ancient Sparta because it's one of my favorite subjects. The Spartans are one of my least favorites societies that humanity has ever created, and so I like to talk about them quite a bit because I find that interesting to do. And let's make that, and blank blockhouse. There we go. I don't know. Maybe that was today. For all I know, that was today. Oh, we briefly had 83 foods. We briefly had the 84 food. It is my beloved. It's true.
Do you remember the pair?
Gotta complete that quest while it's here. Okay. I've never completed that quest before. I've never completed the quest for food storage before. They give it to you so late. They give it to you like one day before winter starts. Winter, at least in this game, isn't that bad. Like, winter in Frostpunk is unsurprisingly quite bad, because that's kind of the entire point of the game. And winter in Dot Age is insane. But winter in this is not too bad. It's pretty reliable. But yes, to fill people in what this game is about, yes, it should remind you of those. Yes, winter has arrived. That's fine. That's the neat part about Frostpunk. It's always winter. So true, buddy. The way that this game is very much designed to look like that. So we are a colony of mice. Okay? We're a colony of mice. And it's I think that I actually haven't played Ratopia. I think the description that seems to be the consensus one is what if evil timberborn? What if timberborn but evil? That's kind of my read of what this game is about. Day 17 has ended. 121. I need to be spending more approval. I have played Against the Storm. I like Against the Storm a lot. I like Against the Storm a lot. I'm a big fan of Against the Storm. You guys are overtiming now. Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of Against the Storm. Okay, hold on. Let's slice view down. Because there's a bunch of stone houses here still. To be replaced with plank houses. Good. I like Against the Storm a lot. Against the Storm is a scary one. A thing that I will say I really like about Against the Storm is that because you're only holding on to a given settlement for a brief period of time, you are not expected to actually make something that's long-term sustainable. You're expected to make something that gets replaced, right? You are expecting to replace it. Let's fire you and train you up. And train you up. Supplier has arrived. I'm gonna keep refusing. What do my debts look like? 174.
You have been entrusted by your fellow.
You know what? I'm gonna turn that in. So my current tax. Who's out of work to do? You're out of work to do. That makes sense. There we go. Yeah, Against the Storm, I really like the vibe. I like that you are not expected to keep, a permanent settlement. That, your settlement is kind of designed to be temporary. I think that creates a really interesting vibe. Oh, whoops. Forgot to reassign anybody to there, so I've just got somebody teaching apprenticeship here. Well, I guess we'll have a bunch of people liberated during as winter gets worse. So far, winter hasn't been too bad. Looks like the farms are continuing to operate. Produced in the sifting tower. Yeah, a lot of the ways to win through extraction sending stuff, but sometimes you just roll a map where the best strategy is to just create total hedonism maxing. And I think that's pretty cool. You're supposed to be empty. I think that's really funny. Sometimes you just look around and it's what am I supposed to send to the queen? I like that a lot. Perfect. Yeah, unlimited wine works, or just create the giant bird fight club, or just pickle maxing. Winning a map by pickle maxing is so funny. Just like, how am I going to get through this? My people are just going to get like are just going to pickle max. Like, it's so good. It's so good. What a game. What a game. What a game. And it's funny how just like through sheer mechanics they make the beavers feel so dwarfy. Oh, F. Winday! Good to see you, Winday. Good to see you, Winday. It's been a minute. How are you doing, my friend? Okay, cool. I will take it. I will take it. I will take it. I'm not sure if I'm up for 10 more push-ups, but I think I'll try. By the way, I'm not looking too closely at my, I'm not looking too closely at my, output, but it looks like my model is chugging really bad. Is that accurate? Is that accurate, folks? Alright. Okay, thank you, Archibald. Thank you, Archibald. Alright. Give me a second. Oh, good backstretch there. Alright. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whew. That might be my last set for the evening. More of a PNG tuber? Unfortunate. Yeah, I think... Let me take a look at something here quickly. I'm just gonna take a look at my system resources, and see what's being eaten up. I am not enjoying this feeling that my computer is just, like, really rapidly dying. Yeah, VTS is, OBS and VTS are eating up a shitload. Nothing else is actually eating up a ton. I'll kill Firefox. That's... I'm gonna try something, because I launched... VTS was giving me a lot of trouble yesterday, so I launched VTS via... from the Steam. Oh, we're on ads right now anyway, so I'll be back. I need to use the bathroom pretty badly. I'll be back. Oh, where's BRB? Hello, I'm back. I changed out from the Steam VTube Studio to the Steam less VTube Studio, and it seems to be a bit smoother. Please let me know if that makes a big difference. If it's still pretty choppy, I did manage to make my I'm gonna actually I'm just gonna show it off right now because I think it's funny. I'm gonna goodbye VTube Studio. Hello, Al Fugi. Here's the Fugi of me. This coffin of Andy and Lele themed. I like this one a lot. Let's flip you horizontally. Yeah, there we go. I like this one a lot. This was by Bodega Rats. This is by Bodega Rats, who is currently in Japan. She is Japanning. She is Japan. So that is yeah. So hello, Akshi. Yes, she is. Bodega's great. I love Bodega. I'm sorry that me and her Japan trips didn't overlap, but that was like a lot of planning problems. Stella, what were you up to, Cellaru? What were you up to? Stella is, hold on, let me do myself first. I always help yourself, right? For the Raiders, let me put on the regular one for the moment. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy. That is my main form of content, as they say, is that I'm a calligrapher. I talk about history a lot. We've had an extensive discussion about ancient Sparta and how much I think that they are one of the least worthy of imitation countries to have ever existed. And today I am playing Whiskerwood, which is a survival city builder where you are little mice trying to create a little colony to extract resources on behalf of some big bad evil cats. And so far my situation's pretty stable. I am playing on the pirate island. So taxes are less of a problem, but pirates are more of a problem, which is an interesting combination of issues to have. And so far right now I'm currently upgrading my housing district, and my storage in particular. I have huge storage problems. I always have enormous storage problems in this game. I tend to get a lot of my production tends to get locked up by lack of storage space. Very Factorio problem to have. How was Polish Dead Space? Celaru is a Triclops mute tuber. She's very sweet. And she's much better than me at video games. And also, hello, call me _Astro, and hold on, call me _ Astro, and thank you for the follow. I settled on these islands because Nagi wanted to settle on the Crescent Island, but I haven't primarily been there because the Crescent Island has way too few trees. Way too few trees. Demand they give you more ammo. Polish Dead Space, when you say Polish Dead Space, is that, what do we call that? What do we call that game? The time loop one? Chronos? Was that Polish Dead Space? Okay, cool. Excellent. I will need medical triage at some point, and probably long stairs at some point, but a lot of this stuff I don't really need. Flax spinner's nice to have. Flax spinner is, in fact, nice to have. But I've got a minute, I think. We celebrate and hello, sir. Hugs a lot. 13th. How have you enjoyed it? How have you enjoyed it? I thought it looked kind of intense, unsurprisingly. Press to end the day. Oh, I did not use nearly enough approval. Yeah. Massively overmaxed on approval. Massively over on approval. Okay. Overtime for you. Okay, so now we need to start doing something here. I did not research organized heating. And my understanding is that these guys will accept a fair amount of suffering. I don't really need any of this stuff. Strip mining is actually kind of good. Stump collections are really good, but I don't have the population to support it. I do like Eureka Moment, though. More difficult than Dead Space. Every enemy is a tank and they give you no ammo. Woof. Armello. I don't know Armello. I don't know Armello. No. Storage is full. Okay, at 0 degrees, they still feel like they're still able to harvest. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. But yeah, this is the important thing, is to get... I'll try to empty out this one as well. Empty out. And then... another small warehouse just right on top of it. Just totally insane industrial district going here. It's like a tabletop RPG. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, okay, okay, okay. Is it a single player experience or a... Oh, hold up, let's... Because you're the big thing I need to be doing overtime, is the sawmill. Single player or co-op. Okay, okay. Okay. Okay, interesting, interesting. How are we doing on woven cloaks? 43 of the damn things is a lot. Oh, what the shit? I had gold ore, and I didn't notice? I'm a moron. I'm a dingus. I am a dingus here. I definitely want to get, like, the kitchen at some point. I definitely want to get the... This is going to be a minute before I get that. Water pumping... Claws Visage, I don't know how much I care about that. Soup kitchen. Berries, fuel, and piped water. Okay, okay. Where's piped water? That seems like a really important tech. Sifting tower from coal and... Oh, rock salt and potash will make fertilizer. I need to get my hands on potash to make fertilizer. Okay, and then Taylor turns fabrics. Where the heck is fabrics? There's rope up there, but where the heck is fabrics? How the heck do I make fabrics? Oh, fabrics. Fabric stacks. from... Oh, it creates a new recipe at the weaver. Okay. But it turns threads into fabrics. So I need to have access to threads somehow. Where in the world is threads? Oh, it adds a threads recipe to the flax spinner. Okay, so I need a flax spinner anyway. But I think I'm gonna... No, I'm gonna research. I was like, I think I'm gonna fire these guys. No, I'm gonna research. So I don't need this until next winter, but organized heating is a huge improvement. Flax spinner I can use more... I can use sooner. Planks is just endless. The demand for planks is just so massive. Let's take a look at... Not you. Tax report. Upcoming tax is 50 and I've got 1,300. Okay. Most of which... The big one's berries and then coal. Dangerously cold. And... I'm gonna... Hold on a second. Let's take a look here. Which ore is that? Okay, that's coal. That's coal. But up here we got some gold. I'll let them get to the morning first. Pollution view, slice view, heat view. What a surprise. What a surprise. Oh, okay. What a relief to see these storage sheds emptying out. Okay, so let's move you up to here. Speed things up a little bit. And... yeah, let's get a storage shed built here. Because there's actually a lot to do over here. Or do I want it down here? Probably down here. Yeah. Nope. Steep stairs. And let's move the non-overtimed one up here. And I think I want another storage shed up here as well. Okay, that should consolidate the logistics pretty considerably. And then in the morning we'll work on getting rid of another couple of good houses. Okay, good. That's good. That's good. Oncoming text. Okay, bulldoze that. Bulldoze that. And then build a plank bunkhouse. Okay, that's actually good. Yeah, keep the planks. Gotta keep the planks rolling.
The snow has crept down from the mountains. Now even the shoreline is showing the season. Open container.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. It'll be fine. As long as the house gets built in time, we'll be okay. Nope. No. I'm just gonna keep on digging straight down, to be honest. I'm kind of curious as to what happens if I just keep going deeper. Yeah, empty you out as well. Go away. Flax spinner, good. I'm gonna fire you two for a little bit. Try to get some construction done a little bit faster. Actually, hold on. Let's make sure the logistics is maxing out. Let's build another blank warehouse. And then after that, we're building the flax spinner. Because we need those ropes. Oh, the flax spinner enters from the top? That's very goofy. The mice must grow. Okay, we got the plank workshops are like the real killer, right? Like the plank workshops are so commonly, yeah, not too surprising there. Okay. I need to be kind of careful about this because I have in fact bricked mine shafts by building them, by mining them in stupid ways. Yeah, I want the flax spin up relatively quickly. Okay, so the first floor is all warehouses, so I've still got four more stone houses to replace with plank houses, but it won't be super long at this rate. It won't be super duper long at this rate. Oh, you know what it's time to do? You guys aren't getting anything done. You guys are not getting anything done. Oh, looks like I'm kind of PNG tubing again. Let's put that. How do people feel? That's. Let's put that to a vote. Let's put that to a vote. Okay. Day 20. Day 20 still feels like quite early in the game. Okay, 56. What I'm starting to lose people. Eating at the warehouse is a problem. The bland food is a problem. The dirty fur is a problem. The dirty fur is a problem. Needs a bath. Sorry about the personal space one. You guys are just gonna have to deal with it. Chilled paws. I think I'm just gonna live with that. I have made it so it's not like dangerously cold. I don't think. I'm curious as to how much gold ore I have. Gold ore 6. Oh my god, the gold ore by itself is going to like pay this. I've barely started getting it out. You know what I'm kind of curious about? You know what, I'm gonna keep that factory zone. Yeah, let's put a house there. View results. What do you guys got for me? Okay, nobody voted. Okay, whatever. I'll stick to the let you do. It's bothering me a little bit, but like, you know, that's just my opinion, man. Yeah, construction is proving to be the most painful part of this for me. Lift with your back. Alright, yeah. Empty.
The snow has crept down from the mountains. Now even the shoreline is showing. The snow has crept down.
Okay. Cool. That means that I can keep up double time on this, which is like the most important thing. The most important thing is to keep up double time on the sawmill as much as possible. Oh, is that all the gold ore there was? Dang. Oh, some gold ore over there. That's kind of crazy. Oh, I'm curious. Maybe there's more gold ore when I go deeper. Wallace and Gromit type of stop motion. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. A little bit like Alpine Showtime. Comparing myself to a much better VTuber. Alright, let's get these ropes going. Let's get ropey. Start blasting ropes. Okay, good. 76 up. Hard labor and mild pollution. Yeah, mild pollution is unfortunately just going to be a factor for a while. There's so many supply ships coming.
Our fur is not enough to hold back the winter winds. Cloaks will help us keep the...
I can do that. Oh, the flax spinner, I started it a while ago. I just never bothered to complete it. Oh, okay, I can't build any more factories. That's nice. That's fun. I'm gonna make a quick save here. Because I'm gonna be... Okay, I'm gonna make my next tax payment. It's not even like a question. I'm gonna easily make the next tax payment. There's no question in my mind about that. Let's get some flax going. And then, and this is probably not like the nicest one to not know anything about going in. This one's relatively complicated as these goes. Do you have any say on the tax policy? No, not in general. The only say I really have on the tax policy is that I can tell them to fuck off. That's really about it. Oh, empty this one out, buddy. As far as I can tell, it's the only thing I can do is I can tell him to fuck off. That's it. Does Civ count as a city builder? Kinda? Kinda? I would generally not, but kinda, yeah. Yeah, sort of is I think the answer. Sort of. I need long stairs. Lack of long stairs is going to drive me crazy. I think we're finally getting caught up enough on building materials. Gonna unpause this construction. Yeah, the civ that I think about the most is definitely Alpha Centauri, and I don't feel like Alpha Centauri counts. I feel like Alpha Centauri is kind of its own thing. I feel like forex in general are not. You have a very American approach to taxation. I mean, the thing is, like, the taxes are set on me. I don't get to set taxes. I am not taxing. I am taxed. You know, they get to choose. You know, I think I can actually turn off rapid construction as well. Which means I should turn back on lift with your back. Lift with your back is lift with your back is really good. We're gonna get catalysts in a moment. Oh, I do have ropes. I do have ropes. Catalyst on. Yeah, I can afford, lift with your back. Okay. They're actively hostile to me, which is fine. Chilled paws, yep. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, okay, I need to do something. That's something I can do something about. I was like, whatever, who cares? Yeah, I can do something about that. Yeah, I can in fact make it warm. Or not? There we go. No, placement was blocked again? Requires solid ground. Okay, that's pretty funny. There. Campfire. No, I'm not trying to bulldoze, I'm trying to place a campfire. There. I don't need a ton of ropes, but, wait, hold on. Oh, hold on. 3 of them are deathly cold. Okay. That's understandable. No! Who is injured? If this is like an educated one, I'm gonna be cranky. Thoughtful. Oh, damn it. 2 of them are sick. Merda. Long stairs. Okay. Long stairs slightly annoying because they always want multiples of 2. Can you move farms? You can't move farms. I can bulldoze the farm. don't want to redo all of this, so I'm not going to. Well, that's where the farmland's actually good, so I don't want to get rid of it. Okay, hold on. Nope. No, I don't want to do it all. Nope. And then... should actually serve as something of an improvement on speed. And let's get onto resource extraction. What? Oh, the cotton, like, really chewed that up. Okay. But I'm not really getting a lot of utility out of cotton. So I think I fallow. Yeah, fallow that. Yeah, fallow that, and let's think about this. Let's think about this. It's actually pretty far from where I want to be. Oh, this is the main warehouse. The main warehouse is constantly full. I don't know how much traffic management matters in this game. Oh, okay. So the second floor is where the entrances are. I guess I'll leave it alone because I don't know what to do. And let's take a look. So it's nutrients. How do I delete? How do I delete this? How do you delete farmland? How delete farmland? Delete farmland. How? Uh. Uh. How do I delete farmland? Legitimately, if you know. I see the little bulldoze icon here. Okay, let's see. I'm being completely sincere. How do you remove? How do I get rid of it? How do I get rid of it? I'm gonna Google that. I have to Google that. Hold on. N shift. Okay. That's how that works. Okay. N and shift. Interesting. Okay, so let's take a look here. Once you go to farmland, you'd never go back. I was worried that that was actually literally the case. And let's... You know what? I'm just gonna abuse... Wait, I'm not gonna abuse verticality because I need logs. I need logs. So let's turn off heat view. Let's move you guys up here. And I'm gonna use an overtime because we just need logs. We just need a bunch of logs. We're finding more gold ore. How much rope do I got? I got plenty of rope. Let's use stone cutting. Okay, so who's out of work to do? The miner's out of work to do. Not surprising. Not surprising. Let's get down in there. Some more coal as we get deeper. No, we're digging deep here. We're digging deep here. Oh no, somebody got stranded. Okay, so I think we've got enough for my really goofy plan. And then a storage shed. And then, yeah, berries. Okay. So a bunch of these mice are a little bit frostbitten. Who's stranded? What's wrong with this house? Oh, okay. Okay, so those do actually block traffic. Okay. Those do actually block traffic. I was wondering about that. Nope. Nope, somebody else is lost. Is it the same mouse? I don't see any reason why they wouldn't be able to. Okay. Whatever, they just got blocked in somehow. Press to end day. Okay, a lot of frostbite, and I still maxed out on approval. Day 24 begins. What's the tax report looking like? 212, okay. This is kind of annoying. Winter taxes are pretty obnoxious. I probably should have saved that tax discount. This is interesting. They should be preferring this staircase. Right. Curious. Failing machinery. Oh no, it's like the one thing I actually need running. Well, I guess I'm at 85. So I think I'm actually kind of okay. Turn off overtime. Fire everybody. Build another house. All right. And we got a supply ship, a blockade, a whisker ship. Where the heck is the taxes? Give me the taxes. I want the tax ship. Holy crap. When's the next tax ship? All right. On that note, well, I'm kind of a little bit confused. I'm going to use the bathroom, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Enjoy the ad break, folks. Enjoy the ads. Hello, I'm back, I am back. Hello, Sybil. Hello, Leonic. Hello, AnnoVT. Hello, Mr. Not So Frequent. Hello, hello. My name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. And not super soon, but not super long, I will be honest. It is 4 a.m. for me. Former professor. I don't teach these days. I haven't taught in a while. At least not at a school. Oh, there's the raft dock. But yes, I taught sociology. I mostly do calligraphy. And I paint models. And let's shout out Leonic. What were you up to, Leonic? Leonic Vladov? I am currently playing Whiskerwood. It is a survival city builder. I like survival city builders. They are a genre that I take a great deal of pleasure from. I don't know, something about them it's kind of more fun to have these challenges, to have these risks and dangers with what I'm doing in these in a way that isn't present in a lot of more basic city builders. Let me write down what I'm looking for. Taking a big stretch here. What were you up to? What is the advantage of mushroom? It looks like it produces slightly better soup. Not much better soup. Just slightly better. You were in Super Battle Golf. He was Minecrafting. That is very fair. Yeah, it's 4 a.m. U.S. Eastern, and I am a New Yorker. I am a New Yorker. So this is it's late. It's late for me. It is quite late for me. Yeah, I love New York. I love my city. It's a good city. Copper bars. I need 89 copper bars. Jeezy Pete's. I'm so far away from getting that. New York City. Yes, New York City. You should move to New York. It's better than advertised. I think it's advertised pretty well, but it is also better than advertised. All right. You travel the country for work? Good, I suppose. Can't find material. What material can't you find? Who can't find what material? Oh, okay, this one. Yeah, overtime you. There's a camper. Jeezy Pete's. Well, if it gets you out of Delaware. I don't have a particularly strong thing against. Oh, absolutely, Anno. Have a good night. Also, how are you doing, Miss Sybil the Moth? How is Miss Sybil doing? You are okay. Good. Good to hear. You know what? Maxing out again like a fool. What's up? Oh, we're low on food. Yeah, that's understandable. That's pretty sensible. I think we've done pretty good on food, if I'm honest. Oh, excellent. Thank you. Oh, machinery. Oh, excellent, excellent. I can continue to... You got replacement parts. I see them. Supplies rejected. They're hostile. 3 days. And I think there's another supplier. There's a whisker and then another... There's a whisker tomorrow and a pirate blockade. Okay. And then the smuggler comes in. Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense. No, M. And go down a little bit. And you know what? What's that, coal again? No, I want to be doing it this way. Alright. So I got some things to mine. Whisker ship is tomorrow. Okay, so not... Don't burn more overtime than I need to. The staircases is such a funny thing. It's just like, this is so direly important, it's so dumb. Right, like... This is so dumb. This is so dumb. And then... Like that. So dumb. Charcoal furnace. You know, I think I might turn off research for a little bit because I want to be building up a good stockpile of planks. For selling to the smuggler. I want to have a lot of stuff for the smuggler because I want gold. I want gold bars. If I can, it's been 20. It'll be like 28 days before the the smuggler gets here. It's like the whole reason why I signed up for this crap-ass island out in the middle of nowhere where I've been hit by pirates like 4 times. How are we doing on? Cloaks. Woven cloaks, 39. How much flax do I got? Not a lot. Okay, so there's not much of a concern there. Move you guys down here. Move you guys down there. Okay. Actually, you know what? The cloakers are moving pretty slow, so... There we go. $45 stone, cut stone. Let's think about... So yeah. Day 25 has ended. Yep. Good. I want max approval. Going into this coming day. And actually, you know what? Abolish lift with your back. Yep, not too surprising. We're gonna run out of food. That's deeply unsurprising. Pirates have made their demands. That's annoying. Let's see. Yeah, it's worth it. Nobody's researching. It's time to get back to farming. Let's see how much this comes to bite me in the ass. All right, we definitely want lax. Okay, we definitely need some more whiskers. Oh, okay. Hello, Eevee Cake. Hello, Eevee Cakes. And hello, Nova Jix. Is there a third? Is there a third? Is there a third? This looks like a double. This looks like a very intentional double. Or is there a third? Welcome in. Welcome in. Raiders. My name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy. I paint some miniatures. And I am currently playing Whiskerwood, which is kind of like Timberborn, except that you have colonial overlords who are forcing, who are brutally forcing things upon you. But thank you, NovaJix471 and Mr. Not So Frequent for the follows. Hello to Evie Cakes, NovaJix, Dr. Plague64, and Byzantium Rose. And Byzantium Rose, enjoy your lurk. My shoutout bot is broken, weirdly. I don't know what's going on here. Let's give Evie the shoutout first, because she was here firster. Were you doing Plastic Duck Simulator? Yeah, I think I'm wondering if Windows 11 is just dying. I'm genuinely wondering if Windows 11 is just like dying in general. Nope, arting. Okay, excellent. I hope you were having a good time with your art. Taking a big stretch here. Oh, and MX Darling, Miss Darling, welcome in. Triple raid. That was all very, very quick. Hello. Oh, I've had quite a few more raids than that tonight. Enshittification, Dr. Plague. Enshittification is what you're looking for. That is the term you're looking for. All right, hold on a second. Evie Cakes says, so Evie Cakes was arting, and what were you doing, NovaJix? NovaJix and MX Darling, what were the two of you doing? Hold on a second here. Let me get my voice ready. All right. You were also arting. Excellent. How was the art? As I mentioned, I do a lot of traditional art, so that is kind of my preferred thing, calligraphy and miniatures painting. How goes the stream? It goes pretty well. I was off to a late start, unfortunately. I had some sleep issues. I have a lot of sleep issues as a person. I have a lot of challenges with sleep. But I've been playing Whiskerwood. It is going pretty smoothly. We have spread out to a second island. From our first island. And I may be spreading out to a third sooner rather than later. Mostly depending on, because we're running out of trees on these first two islands. And I also eventually I need copper, which I have not found any of on these first two islands, so we might need to expand to get some copper. I don't know if we need tin ever. Iron over here. At some point I need iron. I don't know when I need rock salt. At some point I will probably need potash, but not super soon. But I do need copper relatively soon. I need copper. I need wood. Yeah, I need copper and I need wood. Tempting to literally just take all of these. Actually, I'm gonna do a reroll and see if I get a craftsman. No. Two farmers is pretty good. Same layouts, no, it looks, this is pretty good. It's pretty good. If you're familiar with Timberborn, it's a lot like Timberborn. I like this genre of game quite a bit, even though I have not actually played Timberborn. Timberborn is I'm probably going to play Timberborn when I next, when the 1.0 comes out. I've owned it for like 5 years, and I just have never fired it up. It's constantly sat on the backlog. I like this general genre. Dr. Plague, have a good night. Have a good night. Sleep well. Sleep well. I'm just going to take all of those, and now I'm going to have some homeless people, but I think I can deal with that. I think if I'm doing my math correctly, I'm going to need a second farmhouse here. Charcoal furnace, gonna need to put that down one of these days. So let's put a second farm down here. Yes, have a good night. Have a good night. Gonna make a homeless stew? Hopefully not. Hopefully the homeless will just have a nice time. Hopefully I'll be able to build them houses sooner rather than later. Oh, it looks like I actually had enough surplus housing that's not a big deal. They are going to starve, but that's a sacrifice I am willing to make. Okay, and we need somebody here. Well, hold on. No, I don't want you there. Let's get the construction completed over there. Clothing for winter was completed. Hopefully they have a good time. Starving. Let's turn back on lift with your back. And turn on Eureka. And assign two here. Good. So, and then assign somebody to the cafe. That's a strange choice. See how the weaver is doing. How much flax do I have? I am out of flax. That's kind of a good sign. Alright. And so yeah, we want some cut stone. We'll use an overtime on that one. Overtime you. And sawmill back on permanent overtime. And there we go. Let's let that roll out. Tax collector in 2 days. And we want this one set to empty as much as possible, and we want this one also set to empty as much as possible. You know what, actually, I think we need... How are we doing on rope? 28. Yeah, we need a construction worker. Third warehouse. How do I do this? Something I always don't really know how to do. No, I don't want that. I want Entryway being blocked. And then something like that. Something like that. This super warehouse that I'm making. Unreachable. Unreachable. Okay. Okay. Keep mining. Keep mining. No, we're actually gonna be very nice to the taxman when he shows up. However cringe that might be. These 504 feels so expensive. Oh, hell yeah, smuggler. This is what I was waiting for. This is who I was looking for. Oh my god, the cutstone price is incredible. I'm gonna give you all of the cutstone. Gold bullion is worth 233. Okay. You love to hang out, but it's 4:30 a.m. That's very fair. That's very fair. It's also 4:30 a.m. for me. I'm just like this. I'm just like this. Okay. 7 gold bars. Okay. Holy crap. 7 gold bullion. Okay. Okay. I'm kind of a fan of the smuggler. Kind of a fan of the smuggler. That was fun. That's fun. I like that guy. Supplier has arrived. Holy crap. I'm gonna continue to reject. Which I should not keep doing, because otherwise I don't have sources of machinery. But I do want to get, like, a high payoff with this incoming trade. Okay, so let's take a look around. So who are my educated ones? It's Clover, who's working at the Weaver. So let's get some more research in here. We're going to need a lot of this stuff sooner or later. So we'll eventually need ore furnace, we'll eventually need organized heating, and we'll eventually need raft dock pretty much no matter what. At some point I should probably get mushroom cultivation, but I'm not too stressed about it. Covered bridge is kind of interesting to me, because it's substituting cut stone for planks, so depending on like the length of bridge I'm doing, that can be very useful. But I think a raft docks is going to be more useful. Where do we get piped water from? That's table salt. Where do I get water piping from? Okay, I need copper bars like crazy. Let's, I guess, start on ore furnace, right? And we definitely need a charcoaler. Come on, give me the tax man. I'm getting anxious. I'm getting antsy to get this paid off. Interesting. Low on food. Oh, wow. So Eureka Moments has been paying off like crazy. Might... might stop this one for the moment. I don't have access to Craftsmaster at all. Yeah, wow. Okay. Okay. Have a good night. No, oh wait, Novajix already said that. I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired. Okay, so I want to pay off these incoming taxes and see what happens. Come on, taxman. Give me your tax.
The insects are waking up for the spring thaw. Now it is our chance to maximize.
Let's go to decorations. Path decorations. Can I do... a bunch of... kind of actually like the trellis the most, I think. Okay, no, we can't do what I want to do. She's just do the whole path. Where's trellis? Oh, let's put one right there and trellis. Something like that. Yeah. The tax ship has arrived. Okay. This is where I was at. Okay, so the gold ore is worth 89. I might want to hang on to that for paying off pirates. I pretty much want to use gold bullion and trinkets. 3 gold bullion gets me up to 108. Let's reset that. I want to use... let's use a little bit over 50 of the coal. Hello, Michan. Hello, Michan. Let's use 2 of the gold bullion and then trinkets to round out the rest. Give me it to 175. Yeah, we're being nice to the tax man. For better or for worse. I like Whiskerwood a lot. I like Whiskerwood a lot. If you are the type of person who likes survival city builders, which I am, this one's a pretty good one. This one's a pretty good one. Whisker ship has arrived. Craftsmaster, this is what I was looking for. Craftsmaster and Rebellious. Perfect. I think I don't need any more farmers, but I will take some extra factory workers and an extra explorer. Yeah, I've really been enjoying Whiskerwood. I've really been enjoying Whiskerwood. Carpenter, yes. 16 machinery, abso-fucking-lutely. Okay, I can be crazy now with 16 machinery. I can be absolutely insane with 16 machinery. 16 machinery is insanity. I'm just gonna refuse everything from now on. I can be an absolute maniac. 16 machinery is so much. So carpenters turn planks into wooden vices, which I don't have a use for right now, so I'm gonna hang tight on that one. I don't think the smuggler takes wooden vices. And I gotta do some nonsense here. It's very 3D. It's very 3D. If I was not already... I find it a little bit headache-inducing how 3D it is. Not enough logs. Give me some logs, baby. God, getting all that gold bullion is crazy. Okay. I might need to do, I might want to do some reshuffling. So let's take a look at whisker management. I'm pretty sure I have an apprentice at the okay, they're at the Weaver. And at the stonecutter. Okay, so fire you. We've got a craftsmaster who is rebellious. Okay, there we go. That makes sense. That makes sense. School projects, and I was like, sure. Sure. Remember that my history knowledge is not like actually that strong. I'm an enthusiastic amateur, not an actual expert. So always do keep that in mind. I read academic history, but that's just because I'm a nerd. If I want to additional bridge... Oh, okay. Yeah, I might be able to find something. I might be able to think... I might know a thing or two. I might know a thing or two. Whisker ship tomorrow. Smuggler in 3 days. Okay. Okay, smuggler in 3 days. That's a surprise. Okay. I'm worried about canceling it, because what I actually need right now is the ability to get to some of these other islands, because I am very badly running out of wood, and it would really help a ton if I had access to some of these other islands for wood purposes. That one's heavily forested. Interesting. So this island actually kind of sucks, the big tall one. The crescent one's kind of got some stuff going for it, but... Tin, I don't think I can use for anything. I need copper. I need copper, which... These closer islands might actually be the way to go for forest and for copper. It's a lot of tin. Curious where the gold is. Give me the gold. So some of it's on my island, which I knew about. Yeah, not really shocking that there's very little gold ore. Not really that shocking. Start new day. Okay, cool. Day 29 begins. Actually, you know what? Stump collection is actually super useful for me. More useful than Eureka moments. So I'm going to put in stump collection, and then I'm going to turn in these quests.
The insects are waking up for the spring thaw. Now it is our chance to maximize this year's bounty. It is time to plant crops and expand our farms. Plants will grow quickest in the warmth of summer, so these spring months are ours to till the earth and plant seeds.
I'm gonna hang on to that until I actually see it low. I'm gonna overtime you though. Let's take a look. How much fuel am I at? 0. Okay, my people are going hungry. My people are going hungry, but we've got... Oh. We got some berries. I'm gonna have to turn like all of you away. I'm turning all of you away, sorry. Sorry, I probably expanded too quickly, as is, if we're being honest. Build more offices. Okay. Build more offices. So if I build a civic office, I get another one, I guess. Ore furnace. That's cool. Let's take a look at research. Is there a civic warehouse? Kind of curious as to where that is. There's civic offices in tier 3. I can't even see what tier 3 looks like. I need to. It's so far away. I'm kind of intimidated by the fact that Turner's like, oh yeah, I got to that. I've done total endgame. Like, what do you mean you've done total endgame? Copper bars. Okay, so we're getting some fuel. We are getting some fuel. Okay, gonna take that. We're gonna turn that one in as well because I'm quite low. Let's take a look at the civic office. How much am I? Okay, stump collection. I've gotten 3 bonuses, and I've gotten quite a bit of utility out of lift with your back. Lift with your back is incredible. Lift with your back is so freaking potent. And other stairs. Oh, okay, you can just click on it again a second time. Okay. Okay. Yeah, ore furnace. I'm not gonna bother with ore furnace for a minute. Yeah, why not? A little bit wild that Coppersmith is the one that makes scissors. I feel like copper scissors is not like a great like matching of material to Okay. 31. And so this is 45 plus 24. 45 plus 24 is whatever 45 plus 24 is. 45 plus 24 is 69. 69. Okay, so I should be able to produce enough to come out ahead over time. Over time, I should come out ahead. But it won't be super fast. Yeah, the hunger is a problem. Tax collector in 2 days. Okay, there's a... today, damn it. Okay, whatever.
Droughts in the southern colonies have ruined their cotton harvests. The kingdom needs additional cotton supplies. A generous reward has been authorized for any colonies who meet the requested quota. Plant and harvest 34 cotton.
Okay, not really that fussed about that. I'll get to it when I get to it. Yeah. I'll get to when I get to it, but the berries are frankly more important. Supply ship. No, thank you. You offer me nothing. Well, I guess you offer me food, which I do have to worry about, but I am confident in my farmers. I am confident in my farmers' ability to overcome. Raft dock is getting done. How far off am I on getting these? Masters. This Craftmaster is going to be here pretty soon. That's good. That's good. I don't need a lot of Craftsmasters. Frankly, even 30 is probably overkill. How's Stump Collection doing for me? Not bad. Not bad so far. We are about to go into ads. We're about to go into ads. You know what? You know what? Actually, no. We'll just go to ads. We'll just go to ads. I'll be right back. Give me a minute. Hello! I'm back. I am back. I am back. I am back. How are folks? How are folks? Let's see what we got here. I hadn't really thought about the fact that, like, at sunrise, it's, harder for me to see stuff. Well, sunset. Sunset. So sunset's in this direction. So that's west, right? So that's north then. Alright, so this island kind of is a crab clawing towards the north. That's neat. That's neat. How do I get piped water? It's like my big question. Where do I get piped water from? Claw's visage. Do kind of want these, but they're going to have to wait until well after ore furnace, which is going to be a minute. Water pipe connection. Where is... How do I make water pipes? Covered bridge, whisker launcher, elevators, stone stairs, stone paths, navy and ships. 2 of my people are hungry. Okay, we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. Services, luxury supplier. Require surface water, showers, bathhouse, medical triage, dining hall, fire tender, bonfire, heating stove. Water pump requires water pumping. Where's water pumping? How advanced is water pumping? I want water. I want to know. So, these are all housing. Coppersmith. Water pumping. Okay, it's up here. It's up here. That's pretty cheap. As texts go. Oh wait, no, I can't see that. That's telling me how much I've got left on Raft Dock. Bleh. Okay, so water pump produces 8 pumped water per second. Okay. Okay. Press to end day. Okay, that's a ton of approval. Tax collector arrives tomorrow, and they're super mad at me. My people are hungry. My people are hungry. Smuggler, excellent, excellent. I cannot offer you food. Let me take a look at something here. So, 2 to 3, or 1 to 2. Okay, the flax, the cloth is, the woven cloaks are way better. So all the woven cloaks I can get away with. Woven cloaks are pretty much the best ones I can get out of this for a while. And it's not, I'm not gonna have anything better until... I don't know how bread is going to be in terms of making. If bread is easy to make, then I'm really off to the races. Mushroom stew does pretty well, but it looks like tailored cloaks is going to be the next big thing for getting smuggles, for getting smuggled goods. And can I get up to 7? I can get up to 7. Perfect. Perfect. Have a good day, sir. Overtime. Tax ship has arrived just in time. Just in time. Nice. This is so funny to me. Don't have any other use for cotton. I'm definitely not giving you any flax now. The flax is way too valuable, as is the logs. Trinkets are just taking up space. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. 175%. Overpay for taxes for 3 consecutive tax ships. Oh, hell yeah. I may actually use supply ships on the next supply ship. I'm gonna refuse this Whisker ship. I can't. I am sorry. No, I can't. What do I need out of these? Copper bars is actually kind of useful. This is worthless. That's actually a decent amount of charcoal. These are pretty mediocre. I'll take that. I guess. That. Yeah. I don't love it, but. Raft dock. Okay, so I got mushroom cultivation. I do need organized heating before the winter comes in. Wait, what? Hold a second here. I kind of want to like reset all of my whisker management because it's I think that some of my whiskers might be pretty badly misallocated. How am I doing on flex? I've got tons. Okay, switch that over to berries. Alright, hold on. Stone cutter. Craftsmaster at the stone cutters. Somebody die? Somebody died. Who died? Who died? The craftsmaster? Come on. Okay, so... Wow, this feels very graveyard-looky to me. This feels appropriate. It feels graveyardy to me, but okay. So let's take a look around. No, fire you, guild specialty. I have too many fucking miners. Do I only have 6 farmers? That's the real question. Do I have a 7th farmer anywhere? Farmer. 1. No, that's miners. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I've got 6 farmers. I think I'm going to tolerate... yeah, signing you there. Guild specialty. No, wait, hold on. I have too many damn miners is the problem. I wish I had a quick teacher somewhere, but that's just sometimes the way it goes. Food is low. We should start clearing it out sooner rather than later, because once we clear out this flax... yeah, now it's berries. Yeah, starvation seems to be my consistent problem here. Okay, start new day. Fuck. Sure. Okay. Sure. Okay, we're producing a fair amount of fuel. Getting a ton of planks, that's good. Okay. Yeah, Quill passed away. You guys tilling or are you harvesting? Should have built those farms there. They're using up some pretty valuable land. They're using up some pretty valuable land. Someplace where I had an extra farmer. Hold on. So let's factory, miner, farmer, farmer, and farmer for the moment. Okay. Okay, still definitely having trouble with food, and I suspect we will for a minute, unfortunately. I think I'm going to need to actually accept some supplies. which is annoying. I'm enjoying refusing accepting supplies. Oh, yeah, I guess I'll do it this time. I kind of enjoy that the pirates are just looking for, like, building materials. That amuses me quite a bit. Okay, so schooling isn't out yet. Schooling isn't out yet. Okay, the day has ended. Day 32 is over. Okay, okay. Hunger is a problem here. Hunger is a serious problem here. I do think I need to take on some rations, which is a damn shame. People are happy with the housing. That's contributing a lot. Disappointed with low housing quality. Jackasses. This is probably the rich people. Subpar clothing, that's understandable. Personal space, yeah, sorry, buddy. Poor sleep. Uncomfortable dinner, that's gonna happen. Stylish fashion. Some of you folks have pretty low expectations. What can I say? Okay, organized heating is almost here. It's almost upon us. I think we can turn on cotton here. And the berry lands over here. Oh, who we got? We got the supplier. We gotta take whatever the largest one. Whoever's got food. We gotta take some food here. Actually, I think I'll take the middle one because that's other stuff I need. My consistent inability to get enough logs. Turn logs into fuel. Is there a charcoaler? It's like a charcoaling recipe. Sifting tower turns coal into fuel. Okay. Okay. Okay, but it does need piped water. So water pumping is like... Water pumping and stone path are the actual things that I need in this next layer. Elevators is pretty valuable, too. Elevators is probably going to pay off enormously. Allow me to untangle some of this absolute rat's nest here. Well, I guess these are mice. Well, they're mice, they're not rats. Okay, so 8 rebellion fervor. How do you get rebellion fervor? How do you get rebellion fervor? That is the question. Okay, all my actual warehouses are at capacity. So... I think I gotta... Organized heating, excellent. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Organized heating is good. Organized heating is very good, but I don't think I have to worry about it for super duper long. But it is very strong. Organized heating is a very, very good tech. Okay, so I may as well do covered bridge, I guess. I'm not going to use a smoke rayer than netter. Windsock and signpost are kind of silly. Medical triage I probably need. I don't actually really want plank abode, but I'll probably want to get it at some point. We'll probably make some of the loners and some of the snorers a little bit happier. Hello, Saf. Yes, yes, it is. It is. It is. It is. Let's give Saf a shout out. Lady Saffron VT. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like Hooded Horse is like... I think Hooded Horse is on sale right now. I think Hooded Horse has a sale right now, and Hooded Horse just... I don't know. I feel like they just make good stuff. I feel like they just kind of like make good stuff. But yeah, how are you doing, Saf? How are you doing, Saf? Good morning to you, Miss Saffron. I've never reached out to them. Should I reach out to them? Because I like a fair number of their games. I like most of their games, actually. Maybe I should reach out to them. See if I can get some free Steam keys. Oh, yeah. I'm always so nervous about reaching out to, like, actual companies and stuff like that, because the only company I have, like, a real loyalty with and, like, that, like, makes sense to me at an intuitive level is Pilot, and like, why would Pilot work with me? Right? like why would Pilot work with me? Yeah, not to put myself down too much, but like, Pilot's got bigger fish to fry. You know. Let's think about this. But yeah. How's your morning going, Zaf? How's your morning going? Yeah, this one I've liked a lot. This one I have liked a lot. It's I like these survival city builders. The ones that are like where you're under a certain amount of pressure. Actually, Saf, you in particular would like this one because it's about colonialism. That is the twist on this game. Is it's timberborn with colonialism. That is the gimmick. How deep the colonialism mechanics are? Yeah. But they exist. Coal. Oh yeah, that was what I needed to do. That's what I needed to do. Bulldoze you. And we need to build some docks. Then we needed the bathhouse. Then we rebuild the bathhouse. Service is bathing. Not a bathhouse, a bathing dock. No route assigned. Yep. Gotta build another dock. I I honestly don't know. Is this early access or not? It feels early access to me. It feels early access to me. So if it isn't early access, oops. Let's see, what version are they on? I also don't know like what early access means anymore because like Warframe is still in early access and it's like 15 years old. So I don't know what that means anymore. I don't know if like Warframe was like, oh, it was going to like leave early access like and then just as soon as it dies. All right, let's see about this because they just added this like docs thing today. Like super like today. Hold on, let's take a look. What was I looking for? So it's copper ore and trees are the things that I am really lacking. So there's no copper ore on this island. This is all iron ore, which is not the worst thing on the planet. But I just don't have a use for it anytime soon. Okay, so this is definitely the closest source of copper is right here. Allows primitive rafts to travel between islands. Assign routes. Okay, so rafts are instantaneous. Okay, let's see if this works. See what happens. Oh my god, this raft is taking on so much water. Dirty fur, warm. Oh, you're gonna get nothing done. You're going to get there and then have to go right home. Maybe in the morning you'll get more done. Maybe in the morning you'll get more done, my friend. Very Venice score. How you doing, Keith? How you doing, Keith? How you doing, Keith? I must confess, folks, I am pretty cooked. Oh wow, we're eating a lot. Okay, a huge percentage of my value was those nice rations. Doing normal. But yes, chat, I am pretty fried. I think it is more or less time for me. It is more or less time for me. As excited as I am to have my friend Saffron here. And I'm going to let people... Oh, stretching my back here. Let's go over to the bear. One. Interesting. Wasn't expecting that. Hold on. Controls are a little bit clumsy here, and we don't need the Fugi yet because VTube Studio started working again. I said find VTube Studio. Wow, it was right there. Yeah, my time has come. It is 5:38 in the morning. I have a question for folks, which is, there are two raid targets. There are two raid targets I have in mind. Oh wait, did one of them end? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Either she ended or she blocked me. Hold on, I need to figure this out. I need to figure out what's happening here. Oh no, she's live. So the options are that I've got a flesh tuber who is playing Stardew, and Grimmy. Grimmy is of course doing some horror gaming because she's Grimmy, of course. So that's kind of the options, right? Those are kind of the options. Since you're playing Stardew at the moment, Stardew is a good example of a game that's never clicked for me. I've never quite clicked with Stardew. So it's between Grimmy, Miss Gravestone, and there's Thief Clane is playing a cool looking visual novel. But yes, while people stew on that, while people, if somebody's like really enthusiastic, I'll probably just go with whatever they want. I'm so tired. I can't actually be enthusiastic about anything. I'm just sleepy. That's kind of where I'm at. So, So tomorrow is movie night on the Discord. Is the Discord command working? The Discord command is working. The shoutout command isn't. What the hell is happening? So Discord command is working. That is the Discord. Scaldy, have a good night. We'll be watching. It's very obvious that Persepolis is just the right choice for watching for a movie to watch. That's just clearly and unambiguously the correct movie to watch right now. And we'll also, because it's Women's History Month, all right? And we'll also be watching Diary of a Teenage Girl, which is about my understanding is about a similar type of girl in America. And then Thursday, I will be doing mini painting. I say Japan Report Back, but Japan Report Back is going to take me a lot of work to get prepped for, so I might not do Japan Report Back because I never did the 2025 review. So that's what is up. That is what is up. Let's go over to Grimmy. Grimmy is an icon. If you are not subscribed, that is the raid message. And if you are subscribed, that is the raid message. So let's see if socials works right now. There is me socials. The YouTube channel is continuing to get a steady pace of uploads. It's continuing to, it's just a VOD channel. I'm just dumping VODs there. I think right now or tomorrow is when my Bokura Planet one is going up, which is legitimately one of my favorite VODs that I have. Please check that one out. Let's see how fast... Wow, immediate improvement in the tracking. Immediate improvement in the tracking when I shut off Whiskerwood. Okay, folks. Have a good night. Have a good night. I will see you all later.